funding. These also presented, and there are still others to be presented today. Areas of innovation for grants attracted 4 papers. Then we had managing STPs and areas of innovation attracted 5 papers. Then we had emergence of green cities and smart cities in Africa, which attracted around 4. In total, Banaziri, we had 38 very strong presentations. We really appreciate the platform provided by the Council Technopolis to showcase this, and also to encourage youngsters. We have very good innovations. Probably you have already seen them on Azidown. There are 15 which will give us a short pitch here. Those are innovations that can quickly grow into startups that can melt down into big companies within the technology parks. Now, with that having said that, Wanaziri, allow me to give you a bit of what we were able to experience yesterday by a presentation by Dr. Chege from Meru University, just to show some of the presentation that we had. Dr. Chege, please.
All protocols observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Amos Chege from Meru University of Science and Technology. I'm the Deputy Director in charge of innovations. I'm here to present findings of researches that we've been doing as a collaborative research funded by NRF, carried out by Meru University of Science and Technology, Murang'a University, and Kenya Methodist University. And we'll allow, in the few minutes that I have at the end, we should be able to look at the work that we've been working on together with a team of the researchers that we have there. This is a research that was funded 15 million shillings by a National Research Fund, and we try to implement technologies for assistive technologies for persons living with disability, especially in our schools in the rural areas of Meru and Isiolo. Maybe you can go to the next. So we started this approach back in 2005, and by 2016 we had already carried out the research to the extent that we were able now to create devices that are usable for persons living with disability. We've rolled out these technologies to a number of schools in Meru County and Isiolo County, and this shows us the power of technology in enabling people living with disability to be able to access learning content, to be able to learn as other normal learners. So actually what we did first, we did we tried to do a quick understanding of what is the current affairs of the learners in this environment. Then we went ahead to deploy our technologies to them. And after that, we were able to do another second round, which we did this year, to check the uptake of these learners. Maybe you can go next, whoever is projecting. So what we've done so far, we tried the design thinking approach. So we went start with the learners and the teachers, try to observe what they're doing, and then try to bring in our technology. Please go next. So this has been implemented at our innovation hub at the Meru University. We have a lab specifically dedicated to learners who are not physically able. So we selected students from Murang'a University, Meru University, and Kenya University, and engaged these learners from engineering background and IT background in creation of these technologies. And if you go to the next slide, you should be able to see that we have implemented this already in our labs. And again, we went ahead and implemented it in the other institutions that already have learners with physical challenges. So these devices that we created, one is a software interface that enables a learner to interact with their own laptop without, if you have a problem with your limbs, you can move your head and you're able to move the mouse, open your browser, open your folders, and read. And you know, we all are candidates to disability. And a time can come, maybe you're unable to move your hands or your head. and you need to open your documents, you need to read, and this software interface is able to help you to do that. And we also created we assembled a number of hardware devices that are as usable among autistic children and also usable among learners who are facing challenge. Please go next to the next slide. And go next, please. I think you're back a bit. So I'd like to just dedicate about 3 minutes. There's a link I put on that slide towards the end, which you could be able to see the work that we've done before my time is up. So please go to the link, please, on the slide. Okay. Maybe as it's loading, the link is available on YouTube. So if you have your device, you could search CNET Academy, Meru University, CNEAT, a recording done by Kenya Film Agency. I think it's loaded.
Create an environment for the learners with special needs, able to learn with ease.
invite Magdalene to get 1 or 2 innovators, 5 minutes each, before we hand over to the CEO.
All protocols observed. My name is Magdalene. I'm the chairperson of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. And yesterday, we had an innovation competition where we brought together 63 innovators across the country, 33 of them representing the academia, and 30 of them representing innovations across different innovation hubs across the country. We had different innovations from Turkana, from Kisumu, from Mombasa, from Eldoret, and different places. And all the innovators were amazing, all the 63. It was really hard for the judges to come up with a decision of selecting the best 15 innovations that we had. And also we had the judges who are from the academia, from the industry, from the innovation hubs. Some of them are really established, and they were able to share. And one of the things that we really wanted was a way in which we can use peer-to-peer learning for them to learn from each other and to see ways in which we can accelerate these innovations. So I want to recognize all the team from Kenneth Njiha, and also Briza Nwere from Learning Lions Turkana, and Savio Wambugu, Mount Kenya, Dr. Chege, and all the facilitators who are able to facilitate that session. So from there, we selected the 15, and I'm going to invite 2 innovators to be able to present, starting from the Fundis. Fundis, please come to the front and share your innovation in less than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalene. The chief guest, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Alex Kamanga Mwangi. I am one of the co-founders and the chief executive of a company known as Fundis, right up. And I just quickly want to ask who in the last 12 months has had the opportunity to use a Fundi, a nanny, a cleaner, or any one of those services. Please lift your hands up if you've had the opportunity to do that anywhere in the country, right? So today on the continent, for every 4 young people that are joining the labor market, only one formal sector job is available. It has been anticipated that by the year 2050, there will be around 362 million young people between the ages of 14 to 24. And the question is, if we don't have jobs today, where will we have jobs in another 30 years? So what we do is that our innovation allows anyone who works within the informal sector to be able to leverage on the work that they have done over the years. Think of it this way. When a nanny works for one family and they need to work to another, what do they have that they can show to the next family that this is what we have been able to do over time? Please go to the next slide as well. So we have started off from the technicians part, the construction and manufacturing space, where today there are about 3.3 million artisans. Our simple goal is think of an artisan as if they were a small business, and how do we transition them from that space that they are in as Juakali artisans to going to a space where they see themselves as businesses that families depend on, the livelihoods depend on, and that can be able to grow to a place that they can keep having decent production. Next slide, please. Now, what we do as Fundis is that we have created a once-off platform for both individuals, corporate, households, and the artisans. So if you go to www.fundis.co.ke, it's a simple process. But we've been asking ourselves, when you need a technician, what guarantee do you have that you'll get the right one? So we have partnered with the Kenya Association of Certified Training Providers for Industry, and I'm excited to have seen Mr. Raymond around today because we're also supported by KYOP. And we have been testing this to see how do we get to a point where we have a quick system where we can be able to acknowledge prior knowledge, prior learning, and be able to certify that. Next slide, please. And you don't have to take our word for it. These are some of the customers that we have been having using our platform for now. Next slide, please. So today we have already, in the last 2 years, we have already turned over 10 million Kenya shillings over to artisans, and we are only growing. We are only starting out. We have only been operational in Nairobi, but we are now scaling out to go to other counties. We are thinking, how do we enable young people in the rural areas to be able to tap into this as well? Next slide, please. So from a competition perspective, we are not the only one. And if you find yourself doing something wrong, but we have a head start where we have built what nobody else has been able to do. We are a platform that has already built the likes of insurance for artisans. We are providing loans to artisans. We are providing think of it this way. What does LinkedIn look like for the people who are linked out of the society? Next slide, please. It's the informal sector is nothing new in this country. Over the last 10 years, over 83% of all the new jobs created have come from this sector. It's projected by the next year, this sector, specifically where we are on, there will be about $345 million going for blue collar platform like ours. The question is, are you willing to partner with us, to work with us in that journey, to be able to transform how work gets done in Africa? With that, thank you very much for your time. Bwana Waziri, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the great. Yeah, what is it?
My ask, Bwana Waziri, right now, we are just finishing off doing our seed raise, but we are more interested right now in being able to work with county level, national level operatives. We are very gracious. We got to be a part of the 20 startups that were selected at the Huduma White Box, the initial cohort. And what we were doing there was simply being able to see how do we work with county governments. We have realized in the space that we are in, we cannot reinvent the wheel. We cannot do this alone. There are over 10 sector skills liaison units that are involved in this country. And as a platform, sometimes we don't know if somebody shows up to you with a 6-month diploma and another one has a 3 years diploma. As a platform, we don't know what are the standards, right? Should we go to TVETA? Should we go to the Kenya National Qualifications Framework? Should we go to the units that universities have sent? So what we are really thinking right now, what we are looking at, it's ground level sorts of partnership, right? So how can we quickly be able, if we went to the government, for instance, right now we have about 5,000 artisans, right? When we ask them, do you have a certificate of good conduct? Most of them don't have. So the question for us becomes, what if we could be able to present, let's say, 1,000 names, right? Because we are very keen on who we are sending to anybody's doorstep. So right now, beyond the funding, we are just about to close our seed raise, but more importantly, we have found ground level partnerships will build us solid, lasting growth than anything else. So that's what really from that end we'd be looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I would like to invite Shamba Nexus to also share their innovations in less than 2 minutes. Thank you.
All protocol observed. So Mora is a smallholder farmer in the remote areas of Nyamira County. So she farms maize, beans, sweet potatoes, and leafy vegetables. On average, she gets to sell her produce at the local market. So Mora faces quite a number of challenges when it comes to selling her produce. So first of all, she only has access to the local market. And so in most cases, when she gets customers who are outside our locality, she's not able to deliver this produce to them. So Shamba Nexus has come in to help Mora and other smallholder farmers who face such problems. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so next slide. So Shamba Nexus has come up with a solution. So we have come up with an online platform that enables these farmers to post their produce and they're automatically connected to customers all over the country. So we recognize that most farmers do not own a smartphone or do not have access to the internet. So we've come up with a USSD service that these farmers can use and still post their produce. So we've got onboarded transport providers who produce gets from these farmers to the customers. So this is just a snippet of our website. Next slide. So how do we do this? So once on our portal, the first step is customer and vendor registration. This is where now the customers and the vendors register. And then the next thing is that the farmer posts their produce on our website. So once they've posted, we have field agents located in these areas that these farmers reside in. So they do a due diligence and ensure that these farmers have the produce that they want to post. So once they've ensured that, we now approve it as Shamba Nexus, and then now we place it on our website. On our website, once the customer comes there, they're able to order the produce. And once they order, we now notify these farmers to avail their produce in our collection points that also act as our branch offices. So once they've done that, now we go ahead and we also notify the transport providers who ensure that this produce gets to the customers. Next slide. So what is our value proposition? So our platform is free to use, and it's also easy for anyone who wants to use it. And then we guarantee a market for both our farmers and our customers. We offer competitive prices for our farmers so that we ensure that they're not exploited by middlemen. And also we offer reliable and timely delivery of goods to our customers. Next slide. So we have two sides. So we have the supply side. This consists of our farmers. The demand side consists of now the general population who form our customer base. Next slide. So how do we get to these farmers? So we do farm visits. These are with our field agents. Social media marketing, we offer seminars and training, and we also do local radio campaigns. Next slide. So we recognize that for business to excel, we need competition. Our main competitors are Trigger Foods, Streetred Africa, Mkulima Young, and then now we've analyzed these based on the metrics: online marketplace, farmers being the price setters, the customer base, agronomy services, security, and transparency in profit sharing. And as you can see, Shamba Nexus ticks all the boxes. Next slide. So what's our revenue model? So we charge a 15% commission to farmers. We also charge a 5% service fee to customers that use our platform. And we have agreements with the transport providers where they give us 15%. So, so far, we've been able to work with 300 farmers, and we have a customer base of. Next slide. So what are our future plans? We envision a one-stop solution for our farmers. So to do this, we are bringing on board different players in the ecosystem. So we'll have the farmers, customers, agro dealers, credit institutions, insurance companies, and transport providers. So we want the best for our farmers. Next slide. So these are our projections. And as you can see, we are trying to reduce the costs over the years as much as possible. Next slide. So we are asking $100,000 US dollars to be invested in capital expenditure, operational expenditure, sales and marketing, as well as our software development. Next slide. So with me is a team of 2 dedicated members. I have my COO and I have my business development director. We have contractual field agents as well as casual laborers. Next slide. Yeah, these are our partners currently, and that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unless there's any question from the team, it's clear. Yeah. So I'm going to sorry about that. So those are just 2 innovations from the innovation challenge that we had yesterday. And this is a representation of all the 15 innovations that were able to proceed to the next level. So I want to recognize all the 15 in no order. We have Plus Farm, Mobi Doc, Tuonge, and we have Digital Farmers, and we have Automatic Water Level, Fundis, we've shared, Quasha, we have Digital Lions from Turkana, and we have Shamba Nexus, of course, from Kisi, Waraka, Forest Ridge from Dikud, Buji Hub from Maseno University, Gabo Foods from Eldoret, Naweza from Maseno and Radava from Kisumu. And all this represents different innovations across the country, and it's also a very inclusive list. So out of that, 5 of them were selected as the best, and among them is, in no order again, it's Tuonge, Fundis, Digital Lion, Shamba Nexus, and Gabo Food. So, and all of you did a very good job, all the 63. It was really hard for us to present the 15 who are going to be supported, but I'm sure that all the other 60, all the others will be supported in any other way. Yeah, so I'd like to hand over the project back to the program back to June. Thank you.
A special request to have Digital Lions, Magdalene, to present. Digital Lions, are you here? Yes. The chief guest request. Opportunity meets preparedness, and that's how we lose it. Are you ready?
Thank you. Yeah, so as we wait for the presentation to be projected. Yeah, so my name is Wycliffe Omondi from Turkana. I do represent Digital Lions. Yeah. So I want to present how Digital Lions where Digital Lions comes from. So we do have 3 lions. So we have Learning Lions, Digital Lions, and then Startup Lions. So Learning Lions is our non-profit organization which basically trains young youths in IT. So what we usually do is we take students who have finished KCP and KCSE and they don't have any other opportunity to go forward in studies, and then we train them in a basic IT training. So what we basically do is we always take them through 3 months basic intensive training, and then after these 3 months basic in training, because the project is fully funded, you don't pay anything. Now you qualify to go to the next step, which is Digital Lions, which I will present now. So Digital Lions, it's a fair trade digital outsourcing agency based in Turkana. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we basically focus on the creative digital space. So we do web designing, we do web development, we do 3D animation, 2D animation, and one of our clients has been the CS Msheru. And yeah, so these are the sample projects which we have like managed to do. So this one is Korosho. It's a cashew nut company based in Germany. Next slide. This one is also a company based in Germany. So this one is 50-50. It was a campaign which we did for our partner agency known as Sons of Ipanema, based in Cologne. So the proceeds which were gotten from the rams which were sold went back to our non-profit organization, which is Learning Lions. Next slide. So this one is also one of our programs which we do have. Some of our alumni from Learning Lions, they came up with a magazine known as That's 23. And what we actually cover in this magazine is we are trying to market Turkana, because what you guys see in the media is the negative part about Turkana. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this one is a water company based in Germany, but water is being drilled in Malawi and then sold in Germany, and then the proceed goes back to Malawi to drill more boreholes. Next slide, please. So this one is a company based in Germany known as Human in Touch. Next slide. And we also did a logo for a tennis company based in Cologne known as Udersdorf. Next slide, please. And since we are a fair trade member, we got an opportunity to create a catalog for our partners, and this one will be showed in the summit, which we will be attending in Berlin in 26th of August. And we also got an opportunity to work with an non-profit organization here in Kenya known as Women Farmers Association of Kenya. And we developed a website for them. We created a banner for them. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we also created a catalog for one of fair trade shops in Germany. It's very famous. It's known as Gepa. Next slide. Yeah, so this one is HY Coffee. It's also a company selling coffee. It's based in Germany. And we actually developed their website, and also we created a leaflet for them and also a banner. Next slide. Yeah, so we also got an opportunity to work with Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, which is based here in Nairobi. We developed their website, we designed and developed their website, and finally they gave us a job which we were to create a layout for their annual report. And we as Digital Alliance, we created like the full branding for our sister organization known as Value Village. So what Value Village basically does, it improves the lives of all the members living around our campus, like they drill boreholes, they find market for their fish, they train our women in bead making, and also basketry. Yeah, so web development, I'm rushing because of time. So we had an opportunity to develop a website for WFTO. Next slide, please. Yeah, this one is the website for Konrad. It's called Sustainable Development. And we have YFCS. It's our website for young farmers. It's based in Europe. And then website for Women Farmers Association of Kenya. Yeah.
Thank you. Your parting shot.
Yeah. So Digital Alliance is a fair trade digital agency. And why work with Digital Alliance? So we are the first fair trade digital agency in the world. And we are also certified by the German Fair Trade Association. So feel free to work with the Digital Alliance because we do follow the 10 principles of fair trade. So it's basically we are paying fair wages. We are ensuring that there is no forced labor in terms of working, respect to environment, and also we are focusing more on women empowerment. Yeah, thank you. And this is my team. Right now we have 8 members, and last week we just concluded recruiting 2 new members. So we have 1 female and 1 male joining the team. The reason why the team is so small is we as Digital Alliance, we don't receive any grant or any support from our mother company, which is Startup Alliance. So we basically run our company through the proceeds which we get for the projects which we work on. So the more we get the projects, the more we will increase more people in the team, and we also fight poverty using digital opportunity. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate him. Young people creating jobs for themselves. And Waziri, the theme of this conference is the place of science parks and areas of innovation, inspiring economic growth. And we are looking at the continent. We have the Agenda 64. They're asking ourselves, where can the intellect in our universities and the innovators work together? So going forward, we are keen to see how a professor or a doctor in a university can add value in such a project. And also some of those scientific papers that we've seen the academia presenting. What if we pair them up with innovators? What can come out of that? And that's what we are trying to implement. We are calling it the quadruple helix approach to empowerment. At this point, I'd like to hand over the program to the CEO, Koza Technopolis, and also the president of Iasp Africa, Engineer John Tanui.
our chief guest, the CS of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, CS Chomusheru, our chairman, Dr. Ruben Mutiso, our CAS, Sarah Ruto, CAS Education, and my colleagues who are here, Dr. Rono, Professor Muita and Roy from NYC, all the participants who are here, and our colleagues from across Africa who are online, our CEO for Iasp Global, Epa Loon, who is also online. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for us here at Concert Technopolis, CS, to host you here today as our chief guest, and also to have these great people present great ideas. ISP, the International Association of Science Parks and Places of Innovation, helps its members, which Concert Technopolis is one of them, to grow and to internationalize. So today's forum brings the Africa division together, and the purpose is to enable the African continent be able to take, to play its role in the growth of the global economy. Our theme for this 2022 Africa Division annual conference is Science and Technology Parks and Places of Innovations as a catalyst for sustainable economic growth for our continent. So we are quite excited to see the great ideas that has taken place yesterday through the academic papers that were presented. Wasiri, you've been able to see a few of them, and this is what CONSA stands for, to allow the growth of knowledge, to enable our country move towards innovation, technology, and bring knowledge economy as part of our economy as our country. We have our colleagues, Wasiri, across Africa, who have been working very closely with me in the International Association of Science Parks from West Africa. We have our Yapani, who is the former president of the African Division. She's from Abuja Technology Village, and they are following also online. We have also part of the leadership of the African Division from Botswana. We have Mr. Sepo, who is also leading the Botswana Innovation Hub, and we have Peter All from Innovation Hub in Pretoria, South Africa. So these are the leadership from the African Division. We are very pleased and excited that Tetan Kimati, Science Park, has just joined the ISP, and we will be 2 members from Kenya. And this is a very important platform for us because it gives us opportunity to see what's happening in science and technology parks across the world through the ISP platform, which has over 300 members in over 75 countries, enables Kenya to leverage, and Africa to leverage on the strengths of the other successful science parks in the world, and to be able to grow our ideas in the area of sciences. CS, you've seen some of the presentations here, and you're able to see some as we entered there. And these are similar ideas of same standard that's happening in other science parks across the world. But the challenge we have is to take these ideas to the next level and to ensure they succeed to be able to become businesses that are actually providing gainful engagement to our people, to be able to employ our people, create jobs for them, and to be able to create wealth, and above all, to resolve some of the challenges that our country have. So we are going to leverage this platform, and also through your leadership, to ensure that we now address that gap, to ensure the issues of funding, the concepts on how to access funding for our startups is addressed. CS, I want to also use this opportunity to thank you and the leadership of our country, His Excellency the President, for the support you've given Concert Technopolis. The project is no longer just an idea. it's now a thriving innovation place. We are able to show that we have put in place the necessary infrastructure that's above other science parks across Africa in terms of the size, the magnitude of facilities that we have provided, what we call the horizontal infrastructure, the utilities that we have provided, which are becoming a model of any urban development in Africa and even the world. We've been able to be privileged to host the National Digital Platform through the National Data Center. And this is also providing an innovation platform for our innovators, our colleagues in the university, the research community, the academia, to use this to move the country to the next level. We thank you for this. We thank you also for the support we've received through other ministries, Ministry of Education, helping us to set up the KAIST, the Kenya Span Institute, which has just begun, and moving forward, Ministry of Energy, who have set up the biggest substation to ensure power issues in terms of capacity and reliability is fully addressed, making Konza to really stand out as a smart city, as a special economic zones location, and also as a science and technology park. So we thank you, CS, for your personal support, pushing us, ensuring we remain on track, and also ensuring that any challenge that we have, you have really timely resolved. And this is a clear testament of your service in the public sector. This will stand to serve the generations to come. And we really want to thank you sincerely for that. Now I would want to invite some of my colleagues from the African continent who will make a few remarks. We have arranged, and our colleagues who are arranging online to enable the rest of Africa, maybe 2 of them or 3. And then we will have also the CEO of Iasp Global, Epalun, who will also make a few remarks. Are we ready?
No sketches. No sketches right there. No sketches right there. This is
sorry, that is Mr. Sepo from Botswana Innovation Hub. Please address the voice issue.
It's unfortunate that I am not able to
Sorry, my challenge with that. Sorry, I think we will pass that. We can go to the next one. Yes. Sorry for technology. We are Epalun. We are CEO of Iasp Global, and she's ready to make her remarks. She chairs the network, CEO for the network, bringing over 300 Konza Technopolis. Welcome, Epalun.
Yes, hello, John. I can hear you. Can you also see me? I'm not seeing myself here. I'm not seeing myself right now. Sorry. 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 There seems to be a technical lag or something, and I'm hearing myself double. Okay, so I believe now you turned off your microphone. I will just wait for the tech team to see if there's more we can do on the sound. And you let me know when I can go.
You can continue.
So I'm seeing myself like four times. So if somebody can confirm to me either on my WhatsApp or because also the sound is not too good, I'm afraid you won't get much from the presentation.
Thank you. As we wait, we will have one of the CEOs who is present here to speak, and I'll invite Professor Muita from Machakos University, who is representing the FISI. He's actually the acting FISI Machakos University, to make a few remarks on behalf of the CEOs who are here, and has been also the chair of the committee that has been preparing for this conference, representing over 10 universities who have been participating. Welcome, Professor Muita.
The chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mr. Joseph Mucheru, the Chief Administrative Secretary for Education, Madam Sarah Ruto, Chairman, KTDA, the CEO, KTDA, who is also the president of Iasp Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. First, receive greetings from Machakos University Vice Chancellor, Professor Lucy Irongo, who is away on leave, and therefore I'm standing in for her. in that capacity. I take this opportunity to greet you all attending the occasion of the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation Africa Conference. We gratefully acknowledge the presence of key representatives from a number of countries within the continent and beyond. Let me also join speakers who welcomed all of us yesterday by saying Karibuni Sana Kenya. I also take cognizance of the fact that the theme of this conference is science, technology parks, and areas of innovation as catalysts for sustainable growth in Africa. Consistent with this progressive theme, the conference has brought together innovators from diverse science and technology parks and areas of innovations who are here to disseminate, celebrate, and showcase the power of innovation in promoting sustainable development. Congratulations to Konza Technopolis, Development Authority, our team, and all institutions for providing this important platform for science, technology parks, and areas of innovation. As we participate and celebrate this auspicious event that commenced yesterday, I wish to reiterate our commitment as Machakos University to our partnership with various departments of national government, Konza Development Authority, and Huawei Technologies, among other quadruple helix partners in co-creating and sustaining a robust innovation ecosystem that will arguably benefit multiple stakeholders. As a national institution of higher learning, our staff and students at Machakos University participate in scholarship, research, and community outreach activities that result in measurable impact. To this end, our various divisions and directorates have been mandated to promote research and innovative solutions, and generate intellectual property for the betterment of the society at large. Machakos University is committed to the Big Four agenda. We are also committed to the larger Kenya's Vision 2030 and Africa Union Agenda 2063. It is therefore fitting that we are congregating at Konza Technopolis, which is a flagship project under the auspices of Vision 2030 to advance this noble aspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, research has clearly demonstrated a strong correlation between a country or region's innovativeness and its global competitiveness and socio-economic development. Countries like Finland, Israel, South Korea are frequently referred to as leaders in innovation. It is noteworthy that Konza Technopolis Development Authority has active partnership with institutions from aforementioned countries. This bodes well for all stakeholders. Further, the link between academic institutions and science and technology parks and areas of innovation create critical mass by building synergies in the areas of research and development. We also advance technology and innovation in general. An example include Innovation Hub in Gauteng, in South Africa, the East City Precinct in Cape Town, Research Triangle Park in the US, the Barcelona Science Park in Spain, the Turku Science Park in Helsinki, as well as a number of well-known industrial science and technology parks in Israel and South Korea, to name a few. We are very proud of the fact that Konza Technopolis will place Kenya securely on the map of extremely high-tech cities and innovation hubs, not just in Kenya and Africa, but also internationally. At Machakos University, we believe in supporting young innovators, and I am pleased to inform you that a number of our students are here showcasing their creative talents. Now, our student leadership, who are also represented here, have set part of their annual budgetary income supporting their own innovative activities. This is beside the support they receive from the university. I am also happy to inform you that some of the innovation and creative ideas presented here are supported field of specialization and have launched a number of programs in ICT, cyber security, big data analytics, as well as 5G and allied applications. And all these are at Luban workshop at Machakos University. So this workshop under the One Belt, One Road initiative of the Chinese government was established in partnership with Tianjin City Vocational College with conceptual ideas from Konza Technopolis Development Authority and Huawei Technologies Kenya. More recently, we have collaborated with Konza Technopolis Development Authority and our other strategic partners in pursuing the establishment of UNESCO chair in cloud computing for sustainable development. Now, this project proposal has been accepted by UNESCO and is expected to contribute towards food security, climate mitigation, wildlife and livestock management, nano-satellite communication, as well as remote sensing and monitoring in diverse fields. We do look forward to a very productive partnership with Konza going forward. Mr. CS, as I conclude, I would like to express my appreciation to the management and staff of Konza Technopolis Development Authority for continued collaboration and goodwill, not only due to to our geographic proximity, but also in supporting our pursuit of science, technology, and innovation in improving the quality of life for all our people. I also thank my colleagues from Meru University of Science and Technology in Kenya, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, Kenya University, and Machakos University for stewardship as the conference organizing committee and enthusiasm in achieving our collective aspiration. I commend all the participants who are attending virtually or physically. Your participation is most appreciated. Lastly, congratulations to all those who presented their papers and also exhibited their innovation since yesterday, and some of the best innovation we have seen, just seen today. So thank you very much, and may God bless all of us as we undertake to implement various areas towards sustainable development through science parks and innovations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Muita. We appreciate the collaboration and support we've received from Machakos University. And CS, we thank you. When we launched the Luban workshop, you are the one who personally came and launched. And also we thank Huawei, who has been our partner in supporting the universities like Machakos and even supporting this event. CS, I will now invite our chairman, Dr. Architect Ruben Mutiso, who will make remarks, and also invite the CAS, Ministry of Education, Sarah Ruta, who will later invite our chief guest. Chairman, welcome.
The CS, our good friend, Joe Mucheru, CS, Ministry of Education, Sarah Ruto, scholars out here, students and innovators. Good morning. Now, I thank all of you for coming, finding time to be in this city. It's a city that has great promises. And I want you to know that great things will be happening in this space. But allow me to address students. And I'll address you from a different platform. I'm in the academics because I'm a chancellor of a private university. And apart from that, I teach and external examine. And it's always very, very delightful when you meet students who are fully charged, students who are not taking it easy, students who are challenging issues. And this is what I've found out here. And from the innovators, it's great to listen to you. The innovator about fundi work, I come from that area, and we'll be wanting to get in touch with you so that you provide us with a fundi to organize those steps, because those steps are dangerous. That's with a loud touch. But I want to say this. Those who saw me walk in here, and you are part of those who prepared some speech for me, wrote it down. And I don't have the papers with me. I've left them there because I want to speak off the cuff and a little bit differently. And I thank you tremendously. Richard Duncan, writing his book on the history of work, he engages us and he tells us, he takes us through the ages from antiquity to the present day. And he assists us in getting us to understand how we have come, right from the beginning to where we are at the moment. Duncan later on writes another book, and he's a living guy. He's a journalist and writes a lot. And he writes his book, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And in that book, he talks about things that must happen. You must work. But if you think work is a new thing, this is ordained. It's ordained in the Bible. God, in the narrative that is contained in the first book of the Bible, Genesis, he engages in work. And he works. He works. The first day he works. then he rests. Then he works the following day and continues that way. And finally, he has a weekend. That's God. So our life revolves around the three verbs to be. The verb to work, the verb to live, the verb to play. Those, we work around those. And God, in his own economy, prepared a science park, the Garden of Eden. And we are setting ourselves to prepare a Garden of Eden. All science parks, indeed, are Gardens of Eden. Another person, Nico, was writing about 2005 years ago. He writes a report to Greco. And in that report, he brings a Chinese proverb. It's not a proverb, it's a saying. And the saying goes like this: I curse you. May you live in an important age. We are living in a very important age. This age is so important that in a book which Dunkins writes and tries to explain by the words of Abrahams in the US, on how a pin can be made, and the process of making a pin, and 5 people being engaged to make this pin, and only producing close to 50 pins per day. And now you can imagine, we have come all along through up to mass production to a time where we are now, where we are at knowledge economy. I want to challenge us to know that we are living in a very important age. And that you as students, you have got it all. Every generation have had it all. But in your case, things are changing so fast. And the encouragement out here is to take it. Move and take it. Grab it, because the opportunity is there for you. As I conclude, once again, I want to thank you for coming. But this is very important for me. I want to echo the words of the CEO in paying tribute to our government. In the 10 years that the current government has been in charge, we have seen tremendous funding for us out here at Kansas City, and support that will not take for granted at all. CS, kindly take our greetings to His Excellency the President and tell him that we feel quite favored, and we will not rest until this city becomes that Garden of Eden, a Garden of Eden where the objectives of STP, because STPs have objectives, and if an STP is set up without observing those objectives, then there is something wrong. And those objectives, among them, are objectives that facilitate and enable people to work at ease, enable people to exchange ideas, enable transfer of technology to be easy, and work in an atmosphere that is absolutely conducive, a Garden of Eden of a kind. This is what we wish to be, and we will be there. I thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, I want to invite CS.
Thank you, Chairman, and for those wise counsel to our students, the academia. We are privileged to have such a great chairman with full of wisdom. Thank you, Chairman, for those words to our students and the future residents and business owners in Concert Technopolis. Asante. Now we are ready to have our CEO for Iasp Global, Eva Lun. We can let her now present. Welcome, Eva, make your remarks.
Thank you, John. Can we briefly confirm that you can all hear me? If I can have a quick note of confirmation, I will check here with my team if they confirm that I am with you. Okay, perfect. So thank you, John Tanui. Also, congratulations and greetings to the chairman and local authorities. It's great to really meet you all virtually. And I would also like to congratulate Mr. Tanui and the team at Concert Technopolis on this initiative, really important in these times for global knowledge sharing and also in the continent in Africa. And I'm pleased to hear that you also have participation of other colleagues, leadership of the Iasp Africa division. I have been asked also just to give you a bit of a visual snippet or idea of this global family of ours, of science parks and areas of innovation. So I will briefly share my screen and give you a few, you can say, impressions of what the Iasp is. Very briefly, we are this global, worldwide membership-based network of innovation communities. We are now in over 70 countries, and really also with 38 years of experience, over 300 members, as Mr. Tenu also highlighted. This is also a very important gateway to innovation companies, to all the startups around the world, entrepreneurs, students who become future entrepreneurs. So really a large network in that sense. And we are sort of connecting the different management teams around the world in these innovation communities. We have, as you see, there are 7 regional divisions. I'm showing you here the world map of where the Iasp is currently present, even in space, as you see, because we have a new member from the US. They are working with the International Space Station on creating the first science park in space for testing innovations in microgravity environments. So quite exciting. And then you see here the different divisions that we have. They are also broadly represented, of course, at the Iasp International Board of Directors to ensure as many perspectives in our conversations as possible. You see there the president of our African division from Concert Technopolis also in the group. And then we have, as a network, of course, many off-the-shelf services, things we do to really assist in the development of new science parks, areas of innovation, but also to promote those that are very mature ecosystems, to help them be on the global stage of innovation, also supporting in relations to international institutions, forums, and so on. Recently, for instance, the Iasp was part of, as founding member of a new global alliance of special economic zones, where maybe our projects can be seen more as innovation areas, innovation zones, but certainly also they're contributing to the economy at local and by that also global level. And in this case, also with Concert Technopolis as an important player, being also with the label of special economic zone. We have also, of course, networking opportunities. That is why I highlight how key it is for you to be together there in person. We would have loved to be with you, but this virtual connection is, of course, also highly valuable to tap into the narratives, also from the colleagues, I understand, from Botswana, Nigeria, South Africa. So it's great to hear that we are connecting today, all of us. Project collaboration is another thing, and of course, our international events. I'm going to share a bit more about that later. One other really high value of the Iasp, of networks, you could say, is that in our case, being in over 70 countries, we are really a global observatory for our members, for the latest trends in the industry, what is happening out there in the different science parks, how are they developing, because it's also a concept that we have seen over the years is in constant evolution. We have the more traditional models, we have the more hybrid spaces, increased connection with the city, the urban landscape, and that is something that we on regular basis also collect information about, be that surveys, publications, collaborations that we do with different institutions. So we have coming up very soon the last global survey on the industry. And sometimes we also support members who may have a partner search to do. They want some mentoring, matchmaking, and that is also where we can send out, for instance, ad hoc inquiries or support in different studies where relevant. We have also, of course, a few tools that the members can use to strengthen their strategy. One is this strategigram tool that we have in the members area. It's really a whole set of important questions that one go through on 7 different axes. You look at location, environment, position, in the knowledge stream, how connected this innovation setting is with the university, for instance. What type of startups or companies, like the size of companies you could say that a specific innovation setting supports. Also, another thing that is important here to keep in mind is also the sector, the degree of specialization, whether you are focusing on one single sector, you say, no, I'm open to whichever sector in my innovation community, or I am looking for cross-fertilization, cross-sector development, but I want to focus only on 4 or 5. So this is simply just a few examples of how members there can also compare to others. They can look at their own profile, and then they can get this pool of simulation to look at others who may be similar to them, that they want to have partnerships with, or simply totally different, and they want to do a learning visit or explore what is it that they are doing differently. And then I mentioned to you, of course, our events, the connection in person and virtual conversations where we really can go into depth about important topics of our industry. We have the World Conference coming up now in Seville in September. So that is going to be focused on green and digital change, very important items around sustainability, the social development goals of the United Nations. And we are with a whole set of different sessions around this topic that will be also with speakers at global level from around the world. And I just wanted to highlight this in case this is also an opportunity for any of you wanting to tap into or get to know more about the Iasp global network, because that is really where you see the whole ecosystem in full activity. You see here just a few nice pictures from the host, the Science Park, Cartuja Science and Technology Park, but also, of course, from the city, where we are also preparing with them different interesting activities. And that is basically all from my side in this context. I am, of course, also delighted to mention that of this global event, we also have Kenya currently with Concert Technopolis bidding for 2024. So we are excited to see what will happen there, but certainly appreciating this big effort and opportunity that it always is to be so actively engaged in the network. So thank you, everyone, and I wish you a continued very successful event and conversations there. Thank you.
much. I think it will.
Open up the STPs and places of innovation as a catalyst for sustainable level of permanent invited our CAS or CAS, Sarah Ruta, CAS Minister of Education. Welcome.
And she will invite our chief guest after making her remarks. Welcome.
Asante sana, Bwana CEO and CS Mushiru. Please receive apologies from Professor Mboha, who is away on duty and asked me to come and read his words, which I will do so. But you know that when one is in front of a microphone, you steal a moment, even though this was not your day. So please allow me just to say that it is indeed my pleasure as somebody from the Ministry of Education to sit here and to listen and be part of this discussion where we are listening to, seeing innovations, listening to people, listening to ideas, interacting with a group which is at the end of one spectrum when you begin education. Because people start their journey, and maybe for 18 years, they are with us in basic education, moving on to higher education, to the world of work. And it takes about 18 years before one comes to do what you're doing. But when you're at this particular point, some of you are young adults entering into parenthood, others are already parents. You're not going to be beginning the cycle of preparing that generation who will come. And one of the things that we are doing in the educational reform, which my minister talks about in his speech, and is that we stress on a number of values that are very critical to who we are and what we are discussing today. And a competence of the 7 competencies we have, one of them is known as imagination and creativity. And for us to teach, how do you teach imagination? It has to be a way of life, isn't it? So an example of this, which many parents fought with, and which I want to invite you, if you're a young parent, an adult, a university student, I'm not asking you to enter into parenthood today, but in another 5-10 years when you are, there is a task, for example, that is given to our children in primary, pre-primary 2. And that task is, together with your guardian, go and observe the sky. And many parents fight with this. You know, men will say, I am so busy. What is this CBC? They're telling us, go with your child and observe the sky. What will you observe? But I'd like to invite you into these simple tasks of nurturing a child. Because what you do, and this is what my neighbor told me after complaining a lot and telling me honestly, when I just told him, try. And so on a clear sky, he went, laid a mat, and with his daughter. And they stayed there for 4 hours because he didn't know what he was going to do. But when you start observing, the child now starts asking you questions. They begin in their creativity seeing things. You begin to talk about stars, formation of stars. You begin to talk about God. Is God there, not there? Whatever it is, you free your mind. Dreaming is at the center of imagination, which then leads to creativity, which then leads to the innovation you are all talking about. So that is why it is good to be here, to be part of this discussion. And during the discussion we were having earlier on, we were told that actually the seed paper, the initial paper to set up the Konza Metropolis, Technopolis, came from the Ministry of Education. It was only right because we are dreamers. But you need to be part of these dreamers if we are to start imagining, creating, and being the innovators that we truly can be. So please allow me now, after stealing that moment, to read for you the speech from my minister, my boss, and I sat here and there was a woman on the podium. Otherwise, if he was here, you know what would have happened. And so to the Minister of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Cabinet Secretary Joe Musheru, Chief Officer Ms. Eba Lund, whom we've just listened to, our host CEO of the Konza Technopolis Development Authority, Engineer John Tanui, Chairman, and thank you very much for your guardian of Aden, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I am delighted to be here today and to have the opportunity to address you all. It is a great honor to be invited to speak at this conference, whose theme is Science, Technology, Parks, and Areas of Innovation as Catalysts for Sustainable Growth in Africa. This theme is timely as Kenya is currently experiencing rapid economic growth development driven by science and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, education plays a key role in the economic development. Yet, for this to happen, innovation has to take center stage. This explains our involvement in this conference, which has drawn many stakeholders from ICT and innovation space across Africa. By looking at our education sector in Kenya, one will note that innovation has education standards through new technologies that are making teaching and learning more effective, engaging, and interesting. As a result, this experience has enabled us to generate new solutions to some of the challenges we face as a country. During the COVID-19 outbreak, we managed to enroll online learning, which assisted many learners from across the world and the country to follow lessons while at home. And I think it also had the same problems we have seen over here, and yet we had quite a big technological team over there. So this could not have been achieved without good ICT infrastructure and some aspects of technology. In light of that, I, as the Cabinet Secretary for Education in Kenya, is reassured that Professor Magoha, is reassured that innovation and ICT are the right place and that this conference is happening at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, while these major strides continue to demonstrate a story of success, there is more that needs to be done. For instance, we need to analyze the challenges we face in education so that we are able to generate possible solutions depending on our resources. At the Ministry of Education, we are working with stakeholders to promote innovation in schools through increased access to information through ICTs, e-learning platforms, as well as physical spaces that can be used for creative learning opportunities. At the same time, we are moving towards involving more young people who form about 75% of our population. To make this happen, we want our young people to become critical thinkers who can solve problems by themselves rather than waiting for instructions from someone else. I am glad to be informed that during the COVID-19 pandemic, Technopolis conducted an acceleration challenge that brought to the board over 300 innovators. It is with this in mind that I'd like to take a moment to discuss the role of education in Kenya's economy, specifically as it relates to the Ministry of Education's partnership with the Ministry of ICT through KONZA's Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, that is abbreviated to KAIST. A joint project in Korea. Science and technology parks and areas of innovation are catalysts for sustainable growth in Africa. And this can only happen if we have an educated workforce. We need institutions that provide students with skills they need to succeed in today's world and tomorrow's future. Skills like programming, coding, mapping, and modeling. We also need institutions where researchers can collaborate on projects that will benefit both countries. Projects like Konza's KAIST, which aim to bring together the best minds from both sides of the Pacific Ocean so that they can work together towards new discoveries in science and technology. The idea behind Konza's KAIST is simple. We are going to build a research park that combines cutting-edge technology with traditional African knowledge systems. This means we will be able to attract top scientists from around the world while also giving local residents who are interested in STEM education opportunities they wouldn't otherwise have access to. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference is particularly apt, that STPs can play a critical role in promoting sustainable growth on the continent, but they must do so while ensuring that they remain inclusive and accessible by all members of society. This means that we must and we need to pay attention not only to technological innovation, but also social innovation, and make sure both are included when developing plans for the future growth. It's important, It's important to remember that technology alone will not solve all of Africa's problems, but it does have an important place in our efforts towards economic development. The most successful STPs have always been those which engage with local communities and ensure that their plans for development are truly representative of what people actually want, rather than simply imposing ideas from above. Therefore, it is critical that we continue working to work together as a community, both within Africa and internationally, to ensure that we are doing everything possible to support innovation on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll conclude my remarks by calling on all of us here together today to work together so that science technology parks can continue to play their part in helping Africa achieve its full potential as a continent with limitless potential for growth and prosperity. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, we must ensure that every person has access to education and training that will enable them to participate fully in both formal and informal economies. I would encourage all of us here today to think critically about our own, roles in ensuring that STPs incorporate both formal and informal learning in their curriculum. Because when it comes down to it, through education, it is vital to the success of science technology parks that they also play an important role in helping communities thrive. Thank you. And those are the words from Professor George Albert Magoha. It is now my pleasure to invite CS Musheru to give his remarks and the keynote address. Asante.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Let me also just recognize the VC of Dedan Kimathi University. I think this is Professor Kioni. He's my neighbor in Nyeri, so it's good to recognize him. And he's also, in charge of the second science and technology park that we have in the country. So, Professor, you said Albert, George Magoha, my colleague, I know him as Professor. In absentia, there's Dr. Sarah Ruto, the CAS, Ministry of Education, the chairman of Kotda Okonza Technopolis, Dr. Ruben Mutiso, Engineer John Tanui, the chief executive,
as well as the other chief executives that are here with him from the National Youth Council, from the ICT Authority, Professor or VC from the Machakos University. We have Ms. Eba Lund, the Chief Executive Officer of Iasp, CEOs from innovation hubs across Africa, in Botswana, innovation hubs in Abuja, the Technology Village, members of academia, innovators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is still morning. Let me begin first by appreciating the Machakos University Choir. I think they sang very well. I think they're also appropriately dressed in terms of colors. For those who know where I stand. I also note that John Tanui is not only the chief executive, he's also president. And because he's president, I'm seeing why the choir is here. And I want to thank him also. He has chosen the right colors. So with those remarks, it gives me pleasure to join you this morning at the International Association of Science Parks Africa Division Conference. Konza Technopolis is a full member of IASP, and I laud Engineer John Tanui and the team, and John Tanui, who is the incumbent president of the African Division, for onboarding the KOTDA to this group. At the same time, I'm glad that the Dedan Kimathi University is also joining, and therefore Kenya is getting more and more members. The emerging technologies are fast-paced and disruptive. It is therefore imperative for African states to be actively involved as they embrace and take advantage of leapfrogging strides towards the crucial advancement of innovations of the future, which are backed by science and ICT. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified the role of science and technology parks, areas of innovation, incubation programs, centers of excellence, and smart cities as paramount importance as they drive the continent towards a sustainable and inclusive fourth industrial revolution. Distinguished guests, this conference is timely and is a crucial guide for the African states to reflect on their respective experiences and to provide a dialogue platform for what the future of tech will look like for our continent. The conference theme, which is Science, Technology Parks, and Areas of Innovations as Catalysts for Sustainable Growth in Africa, is the focus on developing science parks and areas of innovation as a catalyst for sustainable growth in Africa. I am informed that 60 innovators have pitched their innovations, 40 scientific papers have been presented, and over 10 universities are represented, amongst them Dedan Kimathi, Egerton, Kenyatta University, Lukenya, Maseno, Masinde Muliro, Meru, Moi University, and the University of Nairobi. Along with its role, Konza is transforming Kenya into a knowledge-based economy by the year 2030. KOTDA was established as an innovation center, and they have themselves established the Konza Innovation Ecosystem Initiative, a program bringing together academia, industry, government, and civil society within the Kenyan innovation ecosystem towards growing Kenya's knowledge economy. The Konza Innovation Ecosystem Initiative is acting as a forerunner to the Physical Science and Technology Park by stimulating the interactions that will be experienced in the park. The program seeks to build capacity of Kenyan youth to provide uptake and innovation in science and technology. The program also seeks to bring together startups, innovators, and the right ecosystem partners to the big four agenda priorities, which include food security, universal health coverage, affordable housing, and homegrown solutions for our manufacturing sector. The program focuses on young Kenyans from a tender age with the aim of molding them and seeing them through the entire value chain. The involvement of government and civil society ensures the right policy framework is in place to allow innovations to thrive. Private sector and academia, on the other hand, ensure unlocking of capital, creation of demand, and capacity building are done respectively. I am pleased to note that so far the program has trained over 200 children between the ages of 9 and 15 on computer programming with follow-up during every school break. 2, they have also trained over 200 innovators in areas of innovation spread in the country on design thinking, self-branding, technology solutions to support and inspire them to grow their ideas into businesses. 3, they have run innovation challenges in the areas of health, agri-tech, smart cities, and ICT, where more than 20 startups have emerged and are currently running and thriving. 4, they have offered prize money to the winning startups and innovations to encourage their growth. 5, they have offered incubation and acceleration services to the promising startups. And 6, they have provided hardware to various innovation hubs and labs in the country to foster innovation and to allow for collaboration with their colleagues around the country and also virtually. Most of these have been achieved virtually, and I therefore have no doubt that this program will transform the innovation ecosystem in Kenya and across the continent. I'm glad to say that Konza, maybe if I use examples, is like a pot that has been built. And a lot of the activities going on now is the food that they're cooking, all these startups that we are seeing. And I'm really pleased that that work has already begun, even though the whole complex is not fully ready. I think one thing I would like to advise and maybe recommend is that we need to have a startup advisory board. The board that we currently have within Konza, if you look at how they're structured, their main aim is to make sure we have a facility. We have buildings, we have water, we have power, we have security, all the things that are required. But I think we need also a board that is going to really handhold our startups. I was very pleased to see the demonstrations that were there and even the presentations that were put forward. And I'm particularly excited, especially with the exchange. I don't know why he felt I was not excited. I was very excited. Maybe they asked too many questions. But we need to find ways of investing in these startups. And this advisory board is one way of making sure we get the right industry players to come and be able to engage with the young startups, show them how to market their products, show them how to raise capital, all the things that they require. And just for record, I know in 2 months I'll be doing something else. I'm not looking for a job, but I'm just pointing out that would be something quite important. I think alongside that, we've been working closely with the Huawei technologies. And one of the key areas we've been looking at is the skills, both within the country and skills within the government itself. And we're talking here of mostly ICT skills. So we put in together programs. We say, for instance, we want to be, developing blockchain technology. But if we put that as one of our policies, how many blockchain engineers or developers do we actually have in the country? We need to do that audit so that we know how many are there, so that we can be able to develop the skills in conjunction with the Ministry of Education. Make sure we're training the right people, make sure that industry is aware of where we stand. So I think Konza, together with the ICT authority, you should be able to start working on ensuring, first for Konza, you can look at the whole country, what is the skills database? How are we structured? How many engineers do we have? And obviously ICT authority, you can even look at within government, where are all the skills and what can we do with those skills? So with that, I would like to say that since you're here, I'm going to see you, please allow these people to also tour the site. Maybe they have not seen. I don't know how many of you have been to the top of the building to see the whole Technopolis. So it's almost none. So I think June and Tim, can you allow them to actually have a view, and for others, can they even be able to see the data center? Don't worry, I trust that they are all okay. They can see the security will manage. The servers are not there, the ones that people look for. They're not based here. So you should be able to see the kind of infrastructure that has been built here, both for water reclamation, all the different activities. So other than sitting here, I think you should tour, because I think you've also seen a lot of the spaces that are available. You should take those spaces and make use of them. They're going to be very useful, and we don't want just people from out coming and taking over the space. You have a chance. So since you're here physically, take time to tour. And for those of you that are online, you will get a chance. We may send some virtual reality, but if you can fly here and see, I think that would even be better for you. But with that, I want to really thank you all distinguished guests. And once again, thank you for gracing this occasion and conference with your presence. And I wish you all very fruitful discussion. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki.
To entertain us as we allow our guests to leave at own pleasure. We still have a couple of programs to run: the scientific paper presentation, a session with the innovators. And so once our guests have left, we will have a quick tea break. Then we come back. Let's take 10 minutes. It's a long day for us before we get done with the rest of the program. And then as we move forward to tour the city. Machakos Choir. Karibuni.
The song for us
shining forever. City shining forever. Technology, really good away. Kitabu cha teknolojia, sayansi, utafiti, upanos, city fahari yetu isonge mbele. Technology, really kunawiri. Kitabu cha teknolojia, sayansi, utafiti, upanos, city fahari yetu isonge mbele. City shining forever. City shining forever. Technology, kunawiri. Kitabu cha teknolojia, sayansi, utafiti, upanos, city fahari yetu isonge mbele. Technology, kunawiri. kunawiri, kitabu cha teknolojia, sayansi, utafiti, sisi fahari yetu isonge mbele. Utekelezaji, city shining forever. City shining forever. Technology yazidi kunawiri, kitabu cha teknolojia, sayansi, utafiti, sisi fahari yetu isonge mbele. Technology yazidi kunawiri, teknolojia, sayansi, utafiti, sisi fahari yetu isonge mbele. Joni wote twende tuyaone maendeleo chungu nzima, teknolojia ya kisasa, twende wote tuendeleze biashara zetu. Kwanza City, joni wote twende tuyasome uvumbuzi wa sayansi, utekelezaji wa miradi, twende wote tuwekeze biashara zetu. Kwanza City, wana biashara wote tuwekeze. Kwanza City, utafiti wetu wote tuwekeze biashara zetu. Kwanza City, wana sayansi wote tuwekeze.
Good round of applause for the choir. Thank you so much, choir. I'm just taking 1 minute, then you continue. Tuonge, please, the innovators from Tuonge, Fundis, Digital Lions, Shamba Nexus, and Gabo. So the 5 innovators, please join Magdalene here. Join Magdalene. That is Tuonge, Fundis, Digital Lions, Shamba Nexus, and Gabo Foods. See Magdalene right now.
I hear the drums echoing tonight. She hears only whispers of some quiet conversation. She's coming in 12:30 flight. The moonlit wings reflect stars that guide me towards salvation. I stopped an old man along the way, hoping to find some old forgotten words or ancient melodies. He turned to me as if to say, "Hurry, boy, it's waiting for you. Gotta take a look today." It's my mom, I miss the rain. We got take some time. You know. Wild dogs cry out in the night as they grow restless, longing for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right. Sure as Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the sand.
the case of the transfer of ideas and technology has been noted to have the greatest demonstrable impact in the society. Just like we had the presentations of innovations yesterday, that is a good demonstration or illustration. Now, what was our problem statement? Kabarak was established in the year 2000 and has been actively involved in research and innovation over the years since the year 2000. But up to the year 2008, we did not have a central place that was dealing with innovation. So our IPs or ideas will get lost. Students will go and pitch ideas in different platforms, but the same will not be protected, or the ideas will be taken by other people. So that is what actually motivated the authors to come up with this idea. So the objective was to see how the same can be protected and rather commercialized. So in the year 2017, Kabarak University embarked on a journey to establish an innovation management system in order to enable the university to benefit from the commercialization of the innovations by the faculty and also the students. So we'll define what is innovation management. This refers to the handling of all activities needed to introduce something new, which in practice means things like coming up with new ideas, developing new ideas, prioritizing and implementing them, as well as putting them into practice. For example, by launching new products or introducing new internal processes, or in simple words, doing something in an extraordinarily new way. So how do you establish an innovation management? The first thing is you craft a strategy. In other words, you must have a roadmap. Know where is your destination and what are the means of you reaching the destination. So an overall strategy and organization enables all the stakeholders to appreciate the need for and contribution of innovation to their common success. Strategy addresses issues that can be put into practice. So developing capabilities actually is increasing the capacity. After you've done that, the most important stage is establishing structure. So what did Kabarak do? Kabarak came up with structures for innovation. The successful identification, development, and commercialization of innovators, or other innovations, relies on effective communication channels, decision-making processes, and support for their testing and implementation. Additional structures, including policies, procedures, guidelines, and offices that support the process is very important. Just like here in Konza City, already there are structures in place. First of all, there was a dream that came from the Ministry of Education, as we've been told. From there, it was establishing the structures. The structures are in place, and that is why even you are here today. Next is creating the culture. That is now the people who have been, the people who have been put in the structures, is to create the culture of innovation within the organization.
So innovation management in the long run succeeds when the people in the organization acquire the appropriate mindset and behaviors. This makes it possible for them to appreciate the need to think creatively, to experiment, to appreciate failure as part of the processes. And for those that must support the process, it helps them to appreciate the need for risk-taking and investments in innovation. Now, when you are coming up with a new innovation management system, it means, or rather it's important to use a model for change, because in the first place, you did not have this system in place. So you're bringing something new, and it's an organization. Most of the time, you'll find that in an organization, there's that resistance for change because of the fear of the unknown. So we use Lewin's change model, whereby you start with freezing what is there. When you talk of freezing, is whereby now things are stopped. Then you bring in the change. Rather freezing, you create awareness and you say, let us stop the old methods, introduce the change after creating the awareness. Once the change has been introduced, now you unfreeze. So you let people now embrace the change that you've brought in. So this is the process that was done. The first stage was unfreezing. As early as 2008, the university was involved in the development of the IP, but there was very little, if any, commercialization of this IP, which I've already mentioned. The first official step was in 2017, when the Directorate of Innovation, the Directorate of Research, Innovation, and Outreach was established, which has 3 departments, as you can see: research, innovation, and outreach. The university then proceeded to undertake benchmarking to other universities that had already had innovation management centers. We had Strathmore University, Kenyatta University, Kenyatta University, and Jomo JKUAT. Stage 2 was now bringing in the change. How did we do this? An IP policy was developed, which is already fully in operation right now. The establishment of the committee that will deal with innovation in that Directorate of Innovation, Research, Innovation, and Outreach. And this committee has a coordinator. Now, in this committee, the committee is made up of multidisciplinary. We have members from different schools. For example, School of Health Sciences is represented, School of Law, School of Business, School of Science and Engineering and Technology. All the schools are in the same committee so that different expertise can be brought in. If it matters to do with law, we have a representative from the School of Law who will assist in addressing issues to do with protection of IP. If it matters to do with IT, we have a representative from School of SET, that is School of Science, Engineering, and Technology. And then if it matters to do with commercialization, we have a representative from the School of Business and Economics. Number 3 was to refreeze. In 2021, the university established the Innovation Fund in order to provide seed funding for the development protection. That was last year. So an innovation fund was introduced, whereby the main objective was now to fund innovations that have been identified for protection, incubation, and commercialization. The same is also going on this year. Then some of the key achievements is that policies, processes, and structures have been developed in this innovation management system. Funding has been in place, as I've mentioned, the Innovation Fund, and then growth of interest. As a result of availability of support from the university, a total of 5 innovators have already gotten support from the Innovation Fund. 3, that was in 2021, and 2 this year, in the year to 2022. Then also partners engagement. The university so far right now is doing what we call innovation landscape mapping in order to identify partners and other innovators in order to increase our scope. And then also the university is planning to host the Central Rift Innovation Week in the month of October. And that innovation landscape mapping is actually, that is how we've started planning for the Central Rift Innovation Week. And we are doing, we are rather mapping out 5 counties to identify innovators. However, the Central Rift Innovation Week, everybody in the country will be allowed, or rather will be invited to participate, including the entire East Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our next presenter is Stella Jepkoskei from Egerton University. Are you ready? This is wrong. Okay, now we have Abrehet from Egerton University, who's going to present her paper. 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Just a minute. Sorry, the rapporteur for the session is Josephine. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Abrahat. I'm from Egerton University, PhD. No. Contamination as well as its toxic metabolites being challenge to human health as well as to the food system in general, and we incur economic loss because of that. So fungi normally it is a microbial hazard. We categorize it as a hazard, and it grows everywhere in food, in fabric, in different surfaces, of course, in buildings, in different walls, and some other metallic materials. So it is a potential hazard to our lives in our food system. So the fungi grows at different environmental conditions. Right. Right, it's okay. Yeah, sorry. So as I mentioned, my name is Abrahat. Actually, I'm from Ethiopia and a PhD student at Egerton University. So I will be presenting on the possibilities of fungi and fungi metabolite mitigation mechanisms. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, so fungi is a potential microbial hazard in our food system. It grows everywhere, almost everywhere, in fabric, in food materials along the value chain, as well as in different surfaces. So fungi normally grows at a wide temperature interval up to 40 degrees centigrade, 5 to 40 degrees centigrade, different water activity level, pH, gas, and of course time, with time. So understanding of the growth as well as the mycotoxin synthesis is critical in order to design how to prevent it, in order to design the prevention mechanism. So what are the mitigation mechanisms then? So far we know from the literature, and some of them even we practice them. So some of the prevention mechanism or mitigation mechanisms are the good practices, the good and proper processing practice. So this will lead us how our food system is really handled, how our food is really processed is critical. We need to optimize, we need really to design the proper processing and handling practices in our food system, as well as to handle our environment, of course. So this includes the policies on reception and handling of our food system is critical, and some other processing techniques, of course, like acidulation, just by altering the optimal conditions for the growth of the fungi in our food system as well as in the environment. Let's say, for example, we can take some of the enzymes in some fungi can be active enough at a pH of 6 to 9. So by altering that condition, it's possible to inhibit complete inhibition or partial inhibition of the growth of fungi. And the other thing is the current promising activities that we are handling right now in our food system, in our research, in our facility is use of plant extracts. And in Kenya, Ethiopia, or some other East African countries, we do have a lot of plants, wild plants, which are not unutilized. Some of them even we don't know their use. So we need to utilize them in a proper manner in order to preserve our food as well as to contribute some benefits in our food system. So as you can see from this, like we consider some of these spices and herbs as well as wild plants are quite potential in order to inhibit or to reduce the accumulation of fungi as well as its metabolites. As you can see from this slide, the basil extract and some other plants are the quite potential, up to 90% prevention of fungi growth, as well as the associated metabolites, aflatoxin B1, aflatoxin B2, as well as total aflatoxin. So it is important to understand the resources we have. It is important to utilize the resources we have in our food system and to convert them in a beneficial manner. So the other is the probiotics. Probiotics are also organic preservatives so far. And these probiotics are microorganisms. They have the inhibitory property towards fungi and its metabolites, of course. So as you can see from the figure, a couple of probiotics had the ability to detoxify aflatoxin in our food system up to 40%, up to 45%. But it depends, the mixture of probiotics are more effective than the single strains of probiotics. So still it's possible to harvest these probiotics back home here. Instead of exporting somewhere else, we can still design something around so we can extract and we can supply to our food system along the value chain So it's a promising topic in order to ensure our food system as well as to contribute to the food security of our society. In addition to those probiotics, even the fungi by itself can be beneficial in order to reduce the accumulation of mycotoxin as well as to inhibit the growth of fungi by itself by mutual interaction. So there is a harmful fungi in the other direction, and there is also some other harmful. So when they come together, they can interact mutually, so they are able to reduce the growth of fungi and their metabolites, as you can see. Just next slide. And the other mitigation mechanism for mycotoxin and the fungi is ozonization or ozone technology, use of ozone. So ozonization is an effective method in order to detoxify the mycotoxin in dry as well as moist food products. So as you can see from the picture, when we expose our cereal, let's say this one is from wheat, which was infected with mycotoxin. So when we expose it to ozone at different time interval, we can see we are able to reduce the aflatoxin accumulation. So ozonization is one of the most effective methods in all food categories, of course, as well as in feed stuff, animal feed. And the other technologies that we're experiencing so far from the review is the RNA silencing technology, of course, by just silencing the messenger RNA of the fungi which is capable of producing toxic metabolites. So this might be quite important in the agriculture, in the field, in order to prevent the growth of fungi as well as production of the toxic metabolites, so that we can produce safer food system. And the other thing is nanotechnology. So nanotechnology is actually capable of just separating the toxic metabolites from the feed system by magnet attachment. So this can be applicable in the processing, in the value addition, at the value addition level, especially in the food processing system. And silver nanoparticles at the level of approaching 9 or 10 nanomillimeter at low concentration, of course, 10 up to 40, are capable of to inhibit the growth of fungi. So still we can use these nanoparticles in our food system in order to ensure the safety of our food we are using every day. So coming into conclusion, we do have different mechanisms to mitigate, but we are the one to choose the appropriate one, which is environmentally as well as human health friendly method. So the organic preservative, like probiotics, use of plant extract, are the most effective one, and we do have a lot of resource around us, spice and herbs as well as some other wild animals somewhere in the forest, so we can utilize them in order to make use of them in a good way. And so this organic preservative, the question is, just come. Next slide, please. So the question will be, is it possible to harvest our own organic preservatives instead of demanding from the outside market? Can we produce and supply to our food system? Is it possible to supply to the food processing industry so that they can preserve and they can supply the safest and quality food in our diet? That is the question. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid of saying the name. I'm not very good at the spelling. It's difficult for me. So we are sorry for the hiccup that we had. We also understand that some of us are coming from far. So that means we might need to to calculate properly how we exit. Having said that, we still have 20 papers to be presented. So using common sense, it means that we might not be able to go through all of them. But what we can promise you is that we shall constitute a panel for review of that paper properly, and it will surely be published. Okay, so we want to request that you allow us to have a few selected presentations. It doesn't mean that the other papers are not good. They are very good. But we are just saying, randomly picking, let us have a few presentations so that it can allow us at least have a closing ceremony earlier to allow most of us who are going very far also to travel back safely. Kindly please allow us. So in the event in which I don't mention your article, kindly just bear with us. That's the understanding. Thank you so much for understanding this far. So at this moment, allow me to call on stage Professor Mugendi, who will be presenting a paper on the role of research in supporting science and technology parks in the case of Machakos University. Most welcome, Prof.
Thank you.
There's someone you call Bibangi. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name properly, because this name is new to me. Bibangi B. Obam will be presenting to us something very interesting: synergy of One Health concept and integrated design process to achieve healthy building execution. Please load your presentation to the other side or show the IT so that they don't shoot on screen a wrong one. You'll be presenting next after Prof. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Olengo. Is this okay for the camera? It's okay? Thank you. Colleagues and fellow delegates, it's a privilege and pleasure to be here. I'm going to go very quickly. So whoever is moving the slides, just keep moving. If I pause, you just keep moving, just to save time. So this paper is written with Professor Mwita, who's a DVC for Research, Innovation and Linkages. And just quickly, that's the title. And you can also see the keywords. We're looking at innovation, internationalization, and words like quadruple helix partnership. I'll speak to those very quickly. And then the abstract, which I'm just mentioning in passing, really focuses on the linkages or the nexus or the bridge between what research institutions like universities can do in STPs and areas of innovation. So ecosystem, everyone knows this is part of the ecosystem we're in for innovation. Konza is playing the role of a catalyst. We know what catalysts do. They accelerate and assist ideas in, and even possibly leapfrogging, as we will discuss. A few examples, some have been mentioned this morning, so I'm not going to get into too many details. In fact, that's the Innovation Hub in Pretoria. And let me pause just that slide for a little bit, because this is one of the key points that I want to drive home today. No, the one with the quadruple helix. Yes, that one. Now, typically, people speak of the triple helix. That traditionally was academia, government, and is industry or business. Now, there's been a realization that civil society plays a very important role in this entire process. So the partnership model that now is being encouraged is where we also tap into what civil society brings to the equation. We know that if research and innovation does not have social impact, then there's going to be a problem of adoption and ownership of the ideas that are generated. So a good university should be producing research that society can actually consume and relate to. If society does not know what we do once we get into the gates of our campuses, there's a big problem we have right there. So that's the one that is hidden, unfortunately, by my image, is civil society. That fourth partner within the quadruple helix model. Let's move to the next point, please. Now, we are fortunate at Machakos University to have a unique facility known as the Luban Workshop. And within the Luban Workshop, which was initiated through partnership with Huawei Technologies Kenya, as well as Konza Technopolis, a very big partner of ours, we are building capacity for cloud computing and its applications in various domains, including remote sensing, climate mitigation, how to do issues like food security in arid and semi-arid lands, and many other exciting projects that we will be speaking to our partners about. We also have been recently given the green light for a UNESCO chair. So Machakos will be hosting the first UNESCO chair in Africa on cloud computing for sustainable development, and it's going to be anchored here. More to follow. So then stop there briefly. So this is traditionally what universities should be looking at. One, obviously, is teaching and learning. That's our bread and butter. That's why we are called Mwalimu, Don, Professor, Lecturer, etc. That's why most of us join universities to start with, to teach and to learn. And often we talk about lifelong learning as a quest, that once you get your first qualification, you need to proceed for life learning. The other one is research and development. One, this is the generation of new knowledge, and then that leads to development, because once that knowledge is applied in the real world, it should contribute to sustainable development, economic growth, and all those other factors. And then, of course, most importantly, and the emphasis I'm making today, and this is where civil society and other players come in, we need to be involved in community outreach and engagement. Again, that means that we need to work with community members because a lot of tacit and embedded knowledge actually sits in those communities. And we need to celebrate different types of learning or education, including formal, informal, and non-formal. So we shouldn't be stuck on only offering people who come through our gates learning. We should be open to everyone. Next slide. So research is big, but this is why we are here today, and just that research is an idea expression through innovation. The papers we publish, the ideas we discuss in scientific conferences, but the way society and the world at large consumes our outputs is through innovation. If those publications and that research does not translate into tangible innovations, we need to look at that again. So moving forward, we need to then look at what the new academic should be doing. And this is a challenge to my fellow academics, that we have this concept of the new academic. The traditional academic is the one I've just referred to, who's involved in teaching and learning, research and development, and community engagement. Now I'm trying to hopefully become the evangelist for the new academic. So the first thing we need to look at is how we ideate, generate, protect, commercialize intellectual property. It's not enough to go into the classroom and basically teach what we've taught semesters, bygone semesters. We must be involved in actual live work that actually is creating that. Secondly, the universities, like most of our institutions, I'm surprised to have 1 and 1, so my apologies for that. There should be a 1, 2, and 3. Maybe that's innovation gone wrong. So the second one is third stream income. We know that there's been constraints in funding because most public institutions rely on government funding, and we know what's been happening with the budgets over time, and that has meant some of the more the kind of ambitious projects are put on hold because we're not able to get the right funding. So third stream income essentially is any other monies you can draw through the different activities that use your knowledge. And one of them obviously is consultancy, and that's why that one is there. What I want to emphasize is we've talked a lot about the knowledge economy, and I want to challenge us to move beyond the knowledge economy to the solutions economy, because the solutions economy is where now the multiply effect and the other benefits are known. So we need to translate the knowledge into solutions, and that's what the solutions economy is. That's what this place is going to look like in 2 years' time, or even shorter. I know Alex is someone who I'll get even more intimate, confidential information on how soon that is. I've seen it's actually rising as we speak. So this place is a place of visioning, and I'm going to use the word imagineering. So if you can combine the words engineering and imagination, which is creating and constructing new ideas that push us into the future, this is what it's going to look like. So start imagineering. Next slide. So just quickly go through the three of them and stop. The fourth one, I think. There's one more. Thank you. That's what I was speaking about. So networking is what we need to do through the science and technology parks and areas of innovation. Konza has allowed us to network. I've now met many new professional friends and colleagues. We also are benchmarking each other. We've seen what Dedan Kimathi University of Technology is doing with its science park. So we are going to be speaking with Dr. Olengo and his colleagues. I've seen what Dr. Amos Shege and the team is doing with persons with disabilities and bringing assistive and adaptive technologies. That's something I'm very passionate about. And so we'll have many conversations. That's a good thing. And then showcasing. A lot of our young innovators have shown us what they're doing, and it's important for a science park to offer that kind of platform. And then I've just suggested imagineering. Start thinking about the impossible, because we've already seen how far this place has come since its inception. And then the next point I wanted to raise is, this is the image I have of a science park or an area of innovation. Those of you who've gone into the beautiful national parks that this country of ours has, we're very well endowed in that manner, have seen the dynamic activities at the watering hole. At the watering hole, you will find the greatest variety of fauna and flora. The vegetation that is at the edge of the water is so much more diverse than what you find in the savannah. Even in terms of species, you'll find zebra and lions visiting the same watering hole, often suspending the laws of nature, which means don't eat me now because what we need to do is more important for everyone, which is water is life. So this is what a good science and technology park like Konza is doing for innovation ecosystem. It provides us a place where we can suspend all the other ideas and prejudices we might have, even institutional chauvinism, and say, what is it that is most important to all of us that we sustain? So what's the water that we need to draw? And I want to argue, friends, that among them is the future sustainable growth of this continent of ours. And then just to conclude, hopefully I'm coming to the end. So what I'd like to suggest then ultimately are the benefits of what we are doing here. One is leapfrogging. This is a very important concept. It means we don't need to make the mistakes that other nations have made. We can jump from the first industrial revolution right into the second one. We don't need to go through first steam and then electricity, then computing, and then finally artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotics. We can actually land there. This is what Konza has done for us. It's helped us to leapfrog straight into the 21st century. And that for me is one of the reasons I'm so excited about this place. Secondly, I'd like to argue that there's a difference between empowerment and emancipation. And I'd like you to take this home. We often talk about empowerment, but I feel, and this is a very strong personal conviction, that empowerment suggests that I have some power, the person with the power, and I'm willing to give you a little bit of it. Okay? But emancipation, on the other hand, means who says anyone has power to begin with? I can determine whether I have power or whether you have power. So emancipation takes us beyond the constructed notions of who has power and who is without power. Just like the notion of development sometimes is defined by those who feel they've developed, and those that are still in the process are considered underdeveloped or developing. And then finally, I think there's something that happened to the we that should actually be well-being. I think there was a gremlin in the process. Quality of life and well-being should be the ultimate goal of everything we do. Whether we're innovating for fish feed or we're innovating for cryptocurrencies, the ultimate goal that we're trying to contribute to is to improve people's quality of life and well-being. And that's the most important purpose. If we need a purpose as innovators, that's our ultimate goal. And so to conclude, because this is my concluding slide, we need to advance what I call a transdisciplinary ethos. We've often talked about inter or cross-disciplinarity and sometimes multidisciplinarity. I'm arguing that we need to go beyond the traditional disciplines. That's what transdisciplinarity means. Those of us in education talk about mode 1 knowledge, which sits within the domains which you've been taught, and mode 2 knowledge, which sits at the edges and outside of traditional disciplines. This is what this kind of place provides. You'll find psychologists talking to sociologists, to mechatronic engineers, to computer scientists, to people who are in linguistics and languages and so on. So transdisciplinarity means once we start those conversations, a new knowledge is formed that sits outside of all our disciplines. And that knowledge is usually very powerful and very original. Secondly, we need to be more inclusive and responsive. We cannot wait for members of the civil society to knock at our doors. We need to go out to society, to the community, and engage with them. There's a lot of repositories of knowledge that sit, and I can testify because of the times I've engaged with civil society. There's a lot of knowledge we can actually tap into and even refresh some of the ways in which people do things, and that becomes innovation. Then we also need to celebrate multiple intelligences, and I think this is very important. When I was growing up, all that mattered was IQ. If you could not say what 10 times 25 is quickly, you got clubbed on the head or a chalk was thrown at you. And if you persisted, a duster could follow. So now we realize that social intelligence is very important because how I engage with other people is a form of intelligence. That's why some people who may not be very good academically make excellent businessmen, and you don't understand how they do that. That's an intelligence. We also have emotional intelligence, which means how do I deal with different life situations? Do I get frustrated? Can I manage my anger? Those are important intelligences, and there are many, and we need to celebrate that. I think you ran too fast, huh? Yeah, and then, of course, grow creative confidence. That's something else that we grew up without because people were cynical about our ideas and threw them out before we even described them. And then finally, I want to just suggest, I've heard a lot of conversation about STEM, and in line with my conversation around transdisciplinarity, we need to include arts, humanities, and the creative fields into the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics space, into what I'm referring to as STEAM, because empathy comes from the right hemisphere of your brain, not the left, not the rational logic one. Creativity comes from the right side of your brain. So we need to include those humanities. And I've mentioned something is an acronym I coined some time back called NICE. And NICE basically means novelty, innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. So friends and colleagues, with those few remarks, I'm hoping that you embrace niceness, you embrace transdisciplinarity, and you also embrace STEAM as an agenda. Thank you very much, and be blessed.
Another round of applause, please. We really appreciate that nice talk and have a new meaning for nice. So at least that one is my take home. At this moment, allow me to invite on stage my teacher, Professor Anthony Kibe, to give us a talk on enriching food scarcity through integrated crops multi-stakeholders platform, M&P, so that he can take us through his presentation. After this, we shall have use of activated sawdust and waste reduction. That will be presented by Meldrin Boke Osindo. There are around 4 authors there, so I don't know who is presenting. Kindly please liaise with the IT so that they stream your right slides, please. Sometimes we code, we save those presentations differently, and we can't really get them quick. Thank you, Prof, even as you take over the stage.
Asante sana. You know, you have so many. Okay. As you heard, my name is Anthony Kibe. I work in Egerton University in the Department of Crops, Horticulture and Soil Sciences. And I'm pleased to get to meet my former student here for the camera. So I move here. Upper. Okay. Asante. And I can imagine my student was getting scared here if I'm also feeling uncomfortable. And I have stood in front of many students. That's why I became angry, and I apologize for that. But I was speaking on behalf of her and the many others that are here. So thank you for Konza having you come just. They came to the university and asked us, what can we do? Because we are developing a green city, and we have like 200 acres where we want to do some agricultural work, showcase innovations, and but you know, when I'm sitting here, all the technologies that have been accepted actually are kind of digital, so we feel a bit lost, because ours is to do with some chemistry, some physiology, and many other areas that may not appear to be technologies as we understand them in ICT. So here I want to draw your attention to the agroecological zone that we are in. I think you have seen that we don't have any trees here. Have you observed that? We don't even have the acacia that we know of. In fact, it's some small shrubs that don't seem to go beyond the knee level. Have you asked yourself why? What's the reason? You don't know. One of the big problems is water. In fact, water is the biggest factor without which nothing can grow or even survive. Over 70% of most of the living organisms contain water. And so we need to provide that water for them to exist, to imbibe and to remain turgid, and they look nice. So what I'm proposing here is that we develop some crops and irrigation acceleration platform at Konza. This is drawn from experiences that we've had in two amongst over 36 projects in Egerton University. And just to talk about the challenges is that most of our country is 80% arid and semi-arid, meaning that feeding the ever-increasing population is going to be a big challenge in the future. When you look at our rice imports, when I started teaching at Egerton around 1992, we used to only import about 40% of our rice. But now we are at 80%. When you look at wheat, we are also somewhere around 80%. Maize, which we call our main staple, when there's no rain, we also have to import it. It's even now being, animals are competing for it. And so when you look at the opportunities that are there for us, is to move from the highly populated highlands into these drylands, where you are literally not seeing anything growing. But these people who live in the drylands are largely poor. They have no technologies, they have no skills, no knowledge. So how can we harness their skills? They know about the plants from which we are extracting the metabolites and other organisms that can help us manage the fungi and bacteria that are in our food systems. If you look at the varieties that they grow, in fact, when I was working in Makueni and Kitui, I realized the food security crop in those regions is the millet, which is not even sold in our markets as seed. When I tried to find out, can we get seed for farmers who grow millets, I couldn't get any variety that was available. All you could get is the maize and probably the sorghums. So you find, I'm trying to use this, but I don't think it's looking for the laser. There's a point there where you find, I'll go back again. Improved varieties or higher yielding varieties are found more vulnerable to moisture stress as compared to traditional varieties. They have their own varieties, land races that they survive on. They do not use our own that we go and present to them. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to create a system where we can learn from them, and they can also learn from us. We can bring in the technologies with the industries, the agro industries, where we can all come together in a marketplace and work together to kind of battle these issues of food insecurity. Now, Egerton University, we have gained a lot of understanding in key principles of rural, national, and global community engagement. Elements of successful community industrial university partnerships, international community engagement learning programs with some of the universities in the US, and also the possibilities and risks associated with community engaged learning and program assessment and evaluation. That's what I would want to bring into Konza. And we have two major projects which I have coordinated. One is the Seed Potato Community Action Research Project, where we've been trying to work with the community through experiential learning. The students have benefited a lot. They've learned about seed potato production, which is a major hindrance in in potato production value chain. We have reached out directly to more than 5,000 farmers and even up to 12,000 indirectly through our publications. We have more than 20 publications within the last 3 years on potato only. And this has been supported by the MasterCard Foundation, Ruforum, and it's about to end this year. The other platform that we developed is the National Irrigation Platform, which was supported by SNV. This one is what I would want us to look into and see how we can develop the same here in Konza by providing water in one way or another using innovative systems such as solar run pumps, with which now we can be able to enhance food security through that particular model. I'm calling it as Irrigated Crops Multi-Stakeholder Engagement Platform for Semi-Arid Lands. We are in Machakos, and so I'm talking on behalf of you. We were working together with Machakos County, Meru County. These are the two leading small farmer-led irrigation counties in the country. We were also in Laikipia, Uasin Gishu, and of course, Nakuru. Now, this can be achieved by facilitating the adoption of smart water solutions for small and medium holder farmers in the south. We can also create awareness on the role of smart water solutions for increasing water productivity and food productivity. Can we increase the kilogram grain per millimeter of water used? That's where we should go when it comes to issues of water use efficiency. Or can we increase the kilogram grain per unit area of land? That is what we call as food productivity. What is the productivity of Machakos area? Like here now, we only receive about 500 millimeters of water annually. With that water, what can we produce? If it cannot support even the acacia tree, is it possible to grow some crops that are that are resistant to drought and increase food provision for our people? We can also support establishment of this multi-stakeholder platform, which is suitable for ourselves and grow crops as I have listed them there, especially the fruit trees. Dryland areas. I've been to Israel and the citrus, and even in Florida, there is a town known as citrus because they were just growing citrus, nothing else. Machungwa tu, tangerine, hizo tu, and it is dryland. So we can do that here. Now, this is, I think, what Professor was just mentioning about the Codra helix. Those are sociologist names. But I realized that's exactly what we did in our platforms. We engaged with the farmer-led irrigation people. That's the community, which is the fourth component that is very, very key in development. We also engaged other stakeholders, people who provide technologies, and we had a facilitative host, which was Egerton University. And we also had other hosts in the other 4 counties. And then we looked at the technology and business development, because at the end of the day, the farmer must have a business mind. Food should no longer be provided or grown for subsistence only. You should also start developing your systems to grow more than just what you need, but you grow for your neighbor as well. Then the difficult thing, gender equity. I brought in equity, not equality, because we'll never be equal. Ladies, do you think we'll ever be equal? Wapi? Hatuwezi toshana. Aje. Surely. Yawoni na muscles kubwa kukuliko. Na wewe sio mkubwa kama mimi. Equity. Equity is a thing here, and I'll show you why. Because I proved it to those Dutch people who kept insisting that 30% of all the farmers we engaged must be women. And of course, the issue of sustainability. So the methods, farmer-led irrigation development. This is in Meru, where we see some small systems. I don't know whether, it's working now. Can you see that? That is now a pipe that's bringing in water into a bucket. Then the farmer carries it and waters his plant. This one is a sprinkler. I hope you can see that's a sprinkler. So this is a development from that. Using buckets, in fact, what we use is mainly pipes. From pipes, you can grow into a simple sprinkler irrigation system. So when we bring farmers and they see what they can do, it becomes a very good learning way. It's an easy way, and you see it by doing. Another thing is stakeholder inclusivity. This is a case where we had these guys called Future Pump and Sun Culture. That is a guy who was coming from an agrovet, not a big one, but they were supplied with a Future Pump. This is a solar pump, you can see it here. And so we brought farmers all the way from, different meetings from Naivasha all the way to those sides of Rongai. We were displaying all this. And this is what we call as a local capacity builder, who also, they are more of social scientists. They know the people and they know how to handle them better than us. So we worked together with them, and they really eased the burden from us for reaching out to each and every person. Then, of course, we can work together with development partners. I think this was mentioned just a while ago. These are some of the trainers from SNV. This was a socioeconomics person who helped in also providing systems for getting finance. Then information sharing. We would go and work with lead farmers, such as this young man here. He had a whole big borehole, and he was growing his vegetables there through drip systems. And we had even a field day in his field. So we brought in farmers from all over the county, from Machakos and Laikipia, and they sow. Then there are others who have much more better technologies, like Plantech, as you see here. They have seedlings. These are Israelis in Naivasha, and you can buy very, very good, robust seedlings. In fact, that Israeli took a small seedling with a matted root and threw it up in the air, and it fell down, and it did not splatter. So he said, our technology makes sure that the seedling survival is more than 98%, which now makes economic sense, because when we do our own nurseries, you find that you lose even up to 60%, 40%, which is not that economical. These are some of the technologies where you dip a slight depression, where you allow water to settle in and it to seep in, and therefore you can be able to save more water over time. This is a business to business. I learned this word, B2B. Ushasikiaga tu B2B. It means business to business. Exhibitions where we could showcase. You see, all the exhibitors would come in there and they showcase their technologies. That's using another solar pump. And so this kind of a thing helps. And this is what I would want us to do in Konza, in the Green City, 200 acres. Hata niambio ziko pande ile. Hivyo mmeambiwa na CS Geshero. Ni Geshero ama ni Geshero? Tutembee. Musiende bila. Mimi nimeambia watu wangu, kabla tuerudi Njoro, tuchukue yako kavan ketu tuzunguke huku kote. Na tukae mahali wale uomba to claim your land. Si ndio? Wale wanaambaga in whatever name they pray and claim it. Otherwise mtarudi huko after 20 years, mtasema I was here, but I never benefited. Now this is an interesting kind of mix where we show the stakeholders. We have the clusters in different areas of Nakuru. We have the number of participants that came. And here we have the market actors like Frigo, the biggest French bean growers in Africa. It's owned by the Aga Khan group. They even sponsor farmers. If you have 2 acres of land, they come dig for you. No, you dig a dam, but they provide the liner. That's the kind of engagement that is possible with some of these actors. Equity, they have a lot of money that can support farmers. They were always there. ECLOF, that's another financial provider. It's like a SACCO. They even helped us in some of our field days. They would pay for working out. Even Equity would provide, and others that I've not mentioned. These are the service providers. Future Pump. Okay, most Future Pump were there. I mentioned Sun Culture and many others. And of course, we have the government agencies, the community-based organizations, local administration. So that's the kind of mix that I hope we could develop in Konza and move on forward. Now, gender. This is what you are showcasing at tumeza hiyo 30%. You can see a lot of women, but doesn't always work, especially in the African culture. Issues of sustainability. Nitaonesha picha hapo, acha hata nikimbia hapo. My time is almost over. You can see some of these people are willing to contribute. Kina Laklan, Agrico, we work with them. They provide seed, etc. And others like slow release fertilizers, as you can see there. And even going forward, I have contacts with UPL. They're talking about adsorbers, moisture adsorbers. This is very good for places like this, where you have some, they kind of hold more water than the soils can. And that technology has come here, and it's available with the UPL, and they're willing for, even they were saying they can sponsor masters on that work. And then also we have nutrient solubilizers, where like phosphorus is fixed in most acidic soils. So can you be able to solubilize and make it more available? And BioLevel is a British bioproduct, which even actually I'm testing it out with the potatoes. It can make nutrients available, those that are fixed, and therefore you can apply less nutrients, which will save a lot of money for farmers, especially now that we know fertilizers have reached about 6,300 per 50 kilogram bag. Which is just impossible for most of our farmers to afford. Lakalan is willing to co-invest in field days at about 20,000 Kenya shillings per event, and Equity and KCB Bank also have financial products which are very, very useful to our farmers, although the interest rates are not that, they don't work very well. Sasa, hii haifanyi kazi. In my laptop, it was working. It's not working. Then you've missed that. In that, the women that were coming, they would come with their children. We would tell their men, where are your wives? They'd say, atakuja. Akija amebeba mtoto. Either she's suckling her, ama kanalia hapa nyuma. And then atakuwa na umbrella. So when we are working to showcase the technology, the women will either be sitting down under the umbrella, or they will be pointing and giving solutions of their own, but they were not participating. Then I found another case that happened when we asked, where are the women? The men said, you have to provide a caretaker for them in order for them to come for these workshops. So I found it's disrupting our families. And I've told those Wazungus, as much as you'd want our family, our wives or our women to be present, it may not be possible for a certain age group, especially if they are bearing children or nurturing them. You could not be here if your child is at home, my dear. Na nani, na hazia tasemaje, ati anawachunga, haendi kazi. Chunga sana, kama ni wangu, ni ya kufukuza. Yeah? So, the women you find able to move around are either wamemaliza kazi ya kunacha, si ndio? Hata hawa farmers wanakuja kwa meeting zetu, usually tell me when my time is up, nitasimama hapo. So, call center. We have seeds of gold in Egerton, but we've not managed to digitize it, and we need that assistance. Okay, so if there are people here, because I was told that this will be a marketplace, I've seen a lot of young people, you are quick in this ICT. A lot of farmers ask questions, and these questions tend to repeat themselves. How can I grow garlic? How can I inspire? And you keep answering them to each and every other farmer that asks. Wouldn't there be a system where there's a search engine that if somebody asks about garlic, it just speaks from the history of that question? You see, if somebody asks about making silage or making hay, which is so important for our livestock people, is it possible to search and then those answers are relayed directly using a ICT system? That would really help in the call center. This is also, we've been working with NASFA. This is Nakuru Smallholder Farmers, and they have a group called Vijana Reloaded, and they were doing this about soil testing, and that's part of what we would want to know in Konza. Why are we not able to grow certain plants here? The black cotton soils are usually very high in humus. That's why they're black and dark. They can hold a lot of water, maybe 250 millimeters of water within a 1 meter square profile. Very high. But they crack when they dry. And so the roots are left hanging out and the crop desiccates. How can we manage this? And if we have a good place where we can showcase the management of such soils, and farmers can be able to come over, we tell you we will have solved a lot of problems. It will become a place where farmers can easily walk in and be able to find solutions. So I think I'm being told my time is up. Those are the lessons learned. One major one I think I wanted to express is the issue of funding. I hope the CS was here. 3% of our funding just goes to agriculture instead of the 10 that they have always talked about. Why do they always pay us mouth platitudes? Is that the right way of phrasing it? Mouth platitudes. Naongea tu and now invest in agriculture. Let them, put money where their mouth is. And then we'll be able to solve the agricultural issue. So with those words, I thank you. May God bless you and God bless Kenya. Sometimes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof, for that wonderful talk. At this juncture, I would wish to request the presenters who have made, who had some presentations this morning and this afternoon, they can come on stage and then we can field questions to them. I know we need to ask Prof a few questions. I'm looking for Professor Mugendi. I'm also looking for Dr. Amos. I know he's here. And then Gray Abrahet. Okay. kindly please take up your stage up. And Abrahat. Chege will be the moderator for this question and answer session. And I will request Irene to help us in repertorying for that session. So I need a roving mic. Please ask them as many questions as possible in areas that you need some clarifications from their talk.
So thank you so much, Dr. Longo. We'll straight go to the question and answer session. And if anyone sees Professor Mugendi and Balongo, you could ask them to come to the front. And I want now to give this opportunity to the listeners to shoot your questions to our presenters. You can lift up your hand, and I think a microphone should be passed to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this opportunity. My name is Alex from Mary University. My interest is so much into agriculture, and my question goes to the last presenter, Professor Sitkibe. I don't know, the name disappeared. Okay. You mentioned things to do with how evolution is taking place in agriculture from the traditional means to technology. And I have not seen you talk so much about the technology, which you in some way suggested that it appears to be off your area of research. It might sound bad if I call that ignorance, because how do you publish 20 papers without having looked at what we are discussing as precision agriculture? Things involving this sensor technology. Going to the sites, that will be very important. Things involving the sensor technology. And your project is very good. Imagine having a system that can help us conserve water in dry places like here in Konza, or at Machakos, or at Meru. With a sensor, you will not permit yourself to dry so that it cracks and you lose the crop, because the sensor will always notify the people involved to either water the crops, or you have a system that waters the crop itself. In other words, I'm asking, would you like to consider introducing a better layer than having people pour water to the crops, or opening taps to run sprinklers? You see, that is in some sense kind of also a traditional
Alex,
name.
I think your point is home.
Yes.
And thank you for your question. Maybe we can take some more questions before Professor and the rest respond. Anyone else? Thank you for your question, Alex. So maybe as a reminder, I can go through the few presentations that has been done. A professor's presentation has just ended, and I think all of us were keen listening to it. The lady seated next to the professor is Abrahet Kapremeske, and she was doing a presentation on possible fungi and fungi metabolites, mitigation mechanisms, a review. Next to me is Kithinji. I think he did his presentation yesterday, but he didn't sit for the question and answer. And he was talking about building future-proof, sustainable and innovative startups in Africa powered by smart cities. Do you have any other question? Welcome, Professor Balongo. So as Professor Balongo caps, I will give Professor Kibe this chance to respond to that question.
Yeah, Alex, thank you for that observation. It's not that I've ignored them, it's just that I restricted myself to what I thought was important, and also considering that our farmers are at a level that you need to move them from the bucket kind of irrigation system, where they also use the pipes, because most actually use pipes. Drip irrigation systems have been promoted by various NGOs, but when you go to their farms, hizo ndio wanatumia kufunga mbuzi nazo. So unajiuliza utiwa Israel, kwa nini hapa si tunawezwa? Sasa ukienda ulete sensors kama soil moisture meters ama tensiometers, how do you think they'll adapt? Surely, because those sensors help us to schedule irrigation, and so you need a little bit an advanced farmer to be able to use them. I have also used, I think recently we were even using remote sensors, such as drones. I've had a project on drones with the Dutch, where you can fly the drones and they can notice a place where there is a shortage of water, and from that image you can be able to go and solve. It could be water, it could be diseases, but how many people can be able to afford that? We even have a WAPO, water productivity, which is a web-based a solution that is now being promoted by some of the European universities. You don't even need to go out to the field to even know the amounts of evapotranspiration. They use global constants to determine the wind speeds, to know the solar radiation, depending on the latitudes and the positioning of your shamba. But those are all kind of indirect methods that are being used by scientists. So it's not that I've neglected it, it's just that we need to start from where we are. Yeah, then from there now we upgrade. And what you're saying is also being used by these guys who have the greenhouses, guys who grow flowers. You go in there, they're using those sensors. But our small scale farmers in Kitui, in Machako, Zimakweni, Baringo, in those places, they just need that little water to add. And they see that maybe some slight application will increase the productivity of their lands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. We've been joined by Balongo and from Kabarak University, right? Yeah, he did a presentation on establishing innovation management system in the case of Kabarak University. So we are in a question and answer session. Thank you, Professor, for your response. And I know the young innovators around, you must have captured what Professor proposed as a need to be created in the field of agriculture. I want to also give you also opportunities to ask questions. Please just lift up your hand. We have someone going around with the microphone to respond. I can see 3 hands, Dr. Judith and Lispa and a young man back there. Be brief and straight to the point.
Yes. My question goes to the presenter that presented something on smart cities.
That is Kipinti, right?
Yes. Okay. Kipinti, I had a question for you. You mentioned something on centralized systems. And my question was, why would you not suggest the decentralized systems, especially when it comes to security and data loss?
Maybe we can take the 3 questions, then the presenters can respond. We had a hand this side. Daktari. Okay.
Hello, my name is Kinoti Dennis. I have a question for Kidenji Murungi. You passionately spoke about building of unicorns. And I'm wondering, in context to conservation, how do we compare? Do you think we're on the right track? Are we, in your perspective of a smart city, do you think we are heading there? Thank you.
Thank you, Kinoti. I will have Dr.
Thank you very much. My question is in regard to the innovation management system. The question is, how do we ensure that innovations are secure in this information management system? And also, how can we also ensure that there's high uptake by universities and research institutions? Because I think it's the first time I'm hearing of that kind of a system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. So we can have Kidenji and then Professor Balongo.
Thank you very much for the questions, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to present and share the work. So just a bit of understanding here. I'm a systems engineer at Konza here, but not from the Konza itself, but from the consultancy. So I have a visual of what's happening from the inside, especially from the consultancy perspective. I have a view of what's happening from the Konza perspective, and I also have a view from what's happening from the government side, as well as any other players in between. Now, to go straight to your question is, why still do we need to centralize things in terms of security and not really distribute them? A very simple question, or rather a very simple response to this will be, we have innovation centers, or rather innovation hubs that Magdalene is working on. And the simple reason as to why Magdalene is here and is pulling this through is because what Konza is able to offer, one, in terms of infrastructure, product and services, it's hard for individual innovation hubs to offer. Let me repeat, the data center here, the cloud infrastructure, it's, let me not say impossible, but it's very, very, very difficult for any innovation hub to do that. Number two, it might be also very hard for innovation hubs to join organizations like Iasp independently, because that organization itself is on a high ranking and it needs a very big kind of organization that has a lot of players in between to join that kind of a space. Now, in terms of security, I understand what you mean. And it's always nice to build systems and have them distributed in terms of security. But from the cloud perspective, from the architecture perspective, everything is here as the primary data center, but also we have tons of backups elsewhere. So a backup is not supposed to be in the same space with the primary data center. I hope that answers the question in terms of security, but also why we are centralizing as well as distributing.
Thank you, Kidenji. I know he's talking a language that few of us understand on technology and cloud. When you talk about clouds, I think about the sky. So thank you for your response. And I hope that those who are in tech are understanding what Kidenji is talking about. I want to give this chance to Balongo to respond to Dr. Judith's question on establishing innovation management system.
Thank you for your question. You asked about, I think your question was, how do we protect the ideas that we get and how we increase the uptake. Now, the first thing that we did is we had to establish a policy which will give us the guidelines. And from the policy, there's a provision to create, or rather to come up with procedures. So we've already established procedures. And the fundamental procedure is that when you come, is that non-disclosure agreement that you sign with us. The non-disclosure agreement will now give you confidence that we shall not use your idea or share it with somebody else without your prior permission. So with that one, you will be confident that your idea is safe. Then from there, we'll start the procedure of protecting it. Then increasing uptake, as I've said, we started the innovation fund, that is last year, 2021, whereby we make a call for innovations to members of staff and students. Then we receive the applications. So that is one way of encouraging. People know that we are ready to support them in terms of funding and also incubating. But very soon we'll be opening up. And that's why we've come up with the idea of the Central Rift Innovation Week, which will be holding it in October this year. And that will be the first one within the Rift Valley region. It's just like the Kenya Innovation Week. The first one was last year. And the Central Rift Innovation Week will be a precursor. So from the Central Innovation Week, again, we shall be we shall connect more innovators to join the Kenya Innovation Week. So we have different kind of activities. That one is called for innovation. And then now we are working on the Central Rift Innovation Week. And we're already doing the innovation landscape mapping, whereby you are moving within 5 counties, 4 surrounding Nakuru and Nakuru itself, identifying innovators on the ground. We've already covered part of Nakuru, and last week we're in Nyanarua. So we are going to the ground, get the innovators, get their challenges, so that by the time we are holding this Central Rift Innovation Week, we already have a customized theme for the innovators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kideji. Maybe I can respond to the question the gentleman asked on the other side. He asked about, yes, I passionately talked about startups types and specifically unicorns. So maybe to those who are not there and maybe may not have clear understanding of what unicorn is, we have clustering of startups, starting with the unicorn that is mentioning, which is a startup that is valued $1 billion. And then we have zebras, which are valued $100,000. And then we have sharks, we have gazelles, we have white elephants, cash cow, and gorillas. So specifically, unicorn is one startup take it all. Let me use that term. It's there for competition and it's there to compete and win it all. But you realize we have zebras, which are these very big startups, but they are not really there to take it all from the market. For them, it's all about social, economic impact. So you realize their focus is more into community. I can go on and on and on, but maybe just to respond to the aspect of unicorns. Recently, from the statistics, we have, let's say, 9 unicorns, but 2 unicorns in Africa keeps on fluctuating because of the where you reference your dollar rates in, especially if you reference your dollar rates in Kenya and your dollar rates is low or high, they will become unicorn. If you go to Nigeria, where their motherland is, they become maybe less than a unicorn. So why is Konza a key player into this? I mentioned a couple of things, I think 5 of them. Number 1 was financing. You realize, and allow me just to take a little more time just to expound on this, because I understand it might be of great importance to all of us, especially innovators. Why is financing important? Amazon took 20 years to burn money so that they could dominate the world. So at some point, we need investors, people with tech in their head and impact at their heart, so that they are able to see the bigger picture in 2050 and allow innovators to burn $100,000 so that they can win the global market. Those are the simple people that we need when we talk about finances. Number two, I talked about culture. We need to move from the point of my idea will be stolen, from the point of I need this idea, I need all these parties to come in so that we can take this thing global. We have Uber, and then we have all these others that we call Ubaya, ile ingine. We have a lot of other applications that we reference from Airbnb, and then we will say my app is Airbnb, but locally focusing Nakuru. So Airbnb has taken it all, and we are referencing from Airbnb.
Thank you, Kibenji. I want to suggest that those of us, especially the startups who are mostly interested in what he discussed, you can have a side chat with him after this so that you can explore more on what startups is all about. Yes,
Chair, there is something that I would want to challenge him.
Okay.
When will you ever see that agriculture also can, is a startup area? I mean, is this startups only within just the laptop? I mean, that's my challenge when we come here as agriculture workers, Egertonians, let's say, and many of our farmers, the majority of us are farmers. We keep presenting this, our innovations, and they are wonderful, but they are never seen to be innovations because they are not computerized, they are not digitized, and because we feel as though we are wasting our time. Where were we called here? And all that you did here was to pick up those that were digitized. So please, as much as you have the unicorns and the gorillas, think of something that is a plant name.
Thank you. Please go for Professor. And I can see your student wants to speak. I hope he's supporting his teacher.
Thank you so much, Prof. Agriculture startups, they are actually startups. The thing is, why probably it was themed technology. There's a lot of technology in agriculture. Someone mentioned here, we probably just left out a small bit on precision agriculture, and which I think it's somebody mentioned that is a very huge startup. In terms of innovations like they have in our place, we have had several innovations in agriculture, though we are simply mapping them to technology. We have, for example, smart farm, we have crop, and also recently I remember we partnered with the Kenya Space Agency in mapping of agricultural points. That's still agriculture. So it is what we need to do is probably integrate the technology that you have in the field and these young men to help you do it more precisely, and that becomes a serious startup.
Thank you, Dr. Lengo. Let's hear what Palongo has to say, then Kidinji will respond.
Okay. Agricultural things also, rather, projects are also innovation. But, Prof, remember, we are in the fourth industrial revolution, which is digital revolution. So anything you do, you want it to be more efficient, you have to digitize it so that you can also get the competitive edge.
Kidinji, what do
you? And Prof, I don't know if you were there when I did my presentation. Yes. So there is a. So probably I'll need to redo it again, especially with the innovators. So probably they can get exactly what I was sharing. So startups are not ideas. Startups, traditional businesses. Let me say that we have SMEs, and there's a difference between SME and a startup. Let me explain it kidogo.
Briefly.
Yes, briefly. An SME will start to sell pipes and go to farmers and do all that. An SME might not scale very fast. A startup will look into ways into which they are able to scale quite fast. They will build a product, build a full end-to-end channel into it, a value chain, and then they will leave everything to scale. So a startup and an SME, they may start at the same time, but a startup will reach, maybe will cover an entire Africa, but a business will be stuck in Nakuru. So it doesn't matter the idea you have, you need to have that mind of scaling, that mind of a very different business model around it, and then a different way of defining whatever you are doing so that to make it a startup and not a business.
Thank you, Kithinji. And one person from the listeners, so that I don't lock you out. Okay, just one person. Then I'll take it back to Dr. Olengo. I can see my time is up for moderation. No, behind you, at the back there. There's a camera.
Thank you very much. I want to ask the prof from Kabarak. The question is about these hubs. You said you are moving to various regions and getting the challenges with the people who are, or with the innovators. And then you get the themes for research in those very areas. How do you ensure you connect these people so that they are part of the research? Because that is what I see has been lacking so much in our universities. I believe even here we might be having very few people from the industries, so that these researchers, once they are finished, these people are part of them, and the effect will be felt by the owners. They own it right from the beginning.
Thank you so much for your question. I think, Prof, it's clear to you to respond.
Okay, thank you for your question. The way we are doing this innovation landscape mapping, we first identify, rather the way we have identified the 5 counties, beginning with Nakuru. So we do approach the county government. From the county government, we shall establish which innovation activities are carrying out. And if they have any innovation centers with them, or if they've carried out an innovation trade fair or exhibition, and then if they have any success stories or any innovators they can identify, then we also ask them challenges. So the county governments will direct us to where these innovation hubs are or innovators are. So when we go there, we also have a guide, just like the one we've interacted with the county government. So we shall get to the innovator in the hub or wherever the innovator has established the business, or rather where he's carrying out his activities. So we shall engage the innovator. The innovator will tell us how he started, then probably the challenges being faced and the probable mitigations in place. So it's a process that we started 2 weeks ago, and we are planning to finish, rather end it by end of June. So it's a work in progress. So once we get that, we are creating a database for all these innovators, including even some of them have been meeting here today. I'll be engaging them through mail. So we are going to create a database. And from there, we shall engage these innovators before even October to respond, rather, we give them a proposal on the themes so that we customize that innovation week to address the needs of the innovators. Actually, what you are doing is identifying the gaps and the needs so that when we carry out the Central Reef Innovation Week, that is where we shall be having the homegrown solutions.
Thank you so much, Professor. And I believe you shall consult him further for any more clarification. And I think we know the government has established the Kenya Innovation Agency, which facilitates all this, and all universities represented here, I believe, have technology transfer offices. So as soon as you submit your innovations, it's possible to agree on the percentages of sharing in case of any royalties once your innovation takes off. So this is a good opportunity for all innovators to participate and to create solutions that are groundbreaking and are bringing social change. I just want to appreciate you, all of you. You can clap for yourselves and also clap for our panelists, Professor Kibe and Kidinji, and our sister here. Nobody asked you a question. I think that means your point went home. Please clap for our only lady here. Amumpiki makofi. Ladies. Asante sana. I want to give it back to Dr. Olengo, and thank you, Balongo, for responding to your questions. Thank you so much, and please you may take your seats.
Thank you, Daktari, for leading us through that panel discussion session. I really appreciate everyone and for being patient this far. I want to go for lunch, and then probably we come back for after. Let's take 45 minutes, and then we can come back for at 3 for a short session. Then we can disperse. We shall give directions when we come back after lunch. So we are coming back at 3:05. The lunch is ready. Thank you. Yes, I'm sure we are just finishing up our lunch, and that's good. We appreciate Consa for providing us with delicious lunch. Please feel free if you need another helping. I can see they are still around. Kindly, please don't fear. Just walk in there and ask for yet another piece. But in the meantime, as we come together and as we close in because of time and the distances some of us want to travel, I'm requesting for a presentation from our dear colleagues from Egerton University. There are 3, and therefore each one of them is 5 minutes, 5 minutes. And during that time, probably you should be clearing with your table so that we can come in for closing ceremony. We shall appreciate everyone who came with certificates of participation, whether you presented or probably you were able you came to follow through. I'll be sure that we shall be able to give you a certificate of participation. If you presented a paper as well, or you submitted a paper for presentation, that paper shall be considered. I shall be taken through proper peer review process, and we assure you of that paper publication in 2 ways. One, as a Consa proceeding, and also as an independent paper in a journal that we shall quickly communicate to you. As an author, we shall work with you even during the correction processes. So I welcome the Egerton team. I don't know who is beginning. Joel Masobo is beginning. Please, let's have the Joel Masobo's slide. Queen B, 5 minutes. Five minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Joel Naibe Masobo from Egerton University. I want to take a very short time because of, for the interest of time, you through the Queen Bee technology. And this is especially for people who want to invest in beekeeping. Now, second slide. Now, I want to go very fast and look at the problem about beekeeping. We're saying that 60% of the hives are owned by beekeepers in Kenya and colonized. We're saying also that there is reduced hive products, and then Kenya is a net importer. What are we saying? We're saying that because of that, there have been some strategies to address that, and we look at how beekeepers have been able to address that by looking at that one. Move to the next. That is the second approach to at least to be able to colonize the hives. And move on. That is another approach which many beekeepers use. But then looking at all those, we term them as traditional approaches. But then these have not been able to sort out our major problem as Kenyans, which has put Kenya to be a net importer of honey. So as Egerton University, we thought about a more modern approach, and that approach now is in the second slide. Yeah, you can see that. That is an apiary on the right side, and then this one is the bee lab. Egerton University has put up these structures to address the issue of colonization. So, next slide. Now, the components of the bee research unit has all that. We have the bee house with a capacity of 96. We have the queen bee laboratory having a queen bee cell hatchery, queen rearing kits, and all that. All we are saying is, as a university, we are now literally able to hatch the eggs of the bees like you would hatch the eggs of chicken, in simple terms. So a process, we will not go through that. That's a process. Just move on.
move on. That's a process. Now, by the time we have been able to do that, that is a mating year. This is where now after we have hatched our queens, should be able to generate colonies, because basically we are saying that farmers in Kenya have a problem getting colonies. So in this stage now, we're saying that after we have hatched, we should be able to put our queens somewhere there, and then automatically those becomes colonies now ready for utilization by the beekeepers. Move to the next. And at that point, we are saying that we can now be able to deliver the queens directly to an investor in Kenya. Thank you so much. You can see that. That is the impact of the technology. Now we are saying that we can produce around 200 queens monthly. That should take us to around 2,400. All those are just actually converted into hives. You see that? Those are colonized hives. And we can say that through this technology now, this technology should be able to motivate commercial beekeeping enterprise in Kenya. What we are having currently in Kenya is actually a kind of a subsistent kind of enterprises. So with that, we now say that we as Egerton, we can be able to do that within the confines of time and be able to deliver that to the beekeepers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. My name is Mesha Korir, also from Egerton University. We'll give time, I'll stand for 5 minutes in the area of my innovation. Just load the slides, please. Okay, as he loads, my area of innovation is in grain drying, where most of the grains are, traditionally are open sun drying. And in the current situation where the harvesting and rain coincide, it's become very difficult for farmers to achieve or to dry the grain to the recommended level of 13.5%. Because of that, I was able to come up with the technology which can be used by farmers regardless of variability in weather condition. Kindly. Good. So my technology is pneumatic maize grain drying. Next slide. And I acknowledge my colleagues, Dr. Musa Anjo of Egerton and Professor Dauti Nyanga of Egerton. We have worked together on this project. Next. Next slide, please. You can move from there. No, that side. Let's operate from that side. Yeah, just control from that side. Okay, next slide, if you can. Good. So I don't want to talk about this, the challenges that inform our innovation about drying, and we are losing 30 to 40% of our maize grain after harvest because of a traditional way of drying maize. Next slide. Next slide. Before that, just before that. Before this slide, please. Next. Yeah, here. So this is how most farmers in Kenya try their grain. They just do open sun drying. As you can see, there is so many challenges on this. If you pass through in a place around Joro, this is what the farmers do. It is not reliable, it requires lots of space, labor intensive, exposes crop to contamination. Now, efforts has been made to improve this. We can't deny that. We are not reinventing the wheels. We have some innovation to solve this problem. Next slide. Now, we have mechanized dryers like this, which are existing. And if you count these, they are few in number. In Nakuru, we have around Lesiolo. In Wasingishu, we have Moistbridge. There are few kind of dryers, mechanized dryers, trying to address the challenges facing the open sun drying. Now, the question is, why are these dryers few? It's because of their design. So we redesigned this. Move to the next slide, please. Now, what we have done, maybe before I talk of this, let me still take maybe that second to explain the previous one. If you can see this one, we have the tractor. This is a dryer which is loaded using PTO power. The tractor just stand there, sweating and loading the grain into that dryer. Okay. Then there is LPG gas which is being burned so that it can be used to heat the air, which in turn will be used to dry the grain. So our technology is, why don't we just modify this and see whether it can work and it can be adopted by farmers. Next. So what we did is, next slide, please. Good, you have gone too far. Yeah, that one. Now, what we did is that we said, why don't we use the air to load the grain and at the same time we dry them? Is it possible? So that dryer will have three components. We have the loading system just at the bottom, at the lower section. Then we have the drying chamber. And then we have the cyclone where the pseudo mixture of maize grain and air is separated, and then it will take separated parts as indicated by those arrows. So this system is a process control. We can control everything because it is, as you can see, we have control panel, we have everything. We can be able to monitor the drying process of grain. So I don't want to go into detail. Now, because of the interest of time, I don't want to explain all this, this was just performance evaluation of the dryer. I could ask you, maybe you present a clip, because here we want something which is we can apply. If you come to me, you can be able to get this dryer and use it, isn't it? That's what we want. It's not about publication and all that. We want something that we can be able to, that the farmers can consume direct. It can be applied. So kindly play a clip on actual operation of the dryer. This 30-second clip, and then I will end my presentation. Kindly. Volume, please, some volume.
Is this normally point across your nose? Point across your nose? Point across your nose? Point across your nose? This is an experimental pneumatic exercise.
park now, within the teaching labs, there are some labs that are no longer for teaching, for reference labs to do analysis, to help in food safety, to do animal health, analyze meat quality, so that these communities, the counties, Baringo, they have so many livestock, but they cannot go, they cannot cross the market because of diseases. So these are some of the things that we are doing in our agroscience park. We were lucky to get a feasibility that was done by the World Bank, together with NIFASHA and Aero. And therefore, we are one of the parks that have been mapped for the industrial sector in the Western Kenya. So the slide is not moving. I would have shown you some of the findings. We have challenged with some interesting findings. Those of us who are thinking about building agro parks have challenges on. We found that one of the things that the feasibility study found, it was a 60 million project, and the hackathon part got 10 million, was the lack of water. So when the CEO talked about water in Konsa, we are learning about what we can do to solve the problem of water. Because the parks take a lot of water, and one of the problems that we have in Nakuru County is shortage of water. So as I finish, because the slides, I would have even shown you some of the products that we have. I wish the slides could move a little bit. That is the investment model. Those are our centers. We have 10 of them. Those are our products we are looking at. Those are the outputs. We were even advised to study 2 other agro parks that are within universities in Netherlands and also in Denmark. And we also want to learn from Dedan Kemati. I think we want to learn from you because we have different areas. You are in technology as we are in agriculture. We want to see the units that you say they are fully independent. We are realizing that the independence of the units are interesting because you can see the bean tree, for example. Those 1,000 hives that are being sold, what is the price? So that the farmer can buy and you can also still make some money. So we want to learn from the reason why we came to Konsa was to learn. And we also want to learn from the other universities, sister universities like Dedan Kemati, to know how we can go about in actualizing the agroscience park, which is not really a park of technology. I want to stop there and thank you for listening. Asanteni. We have one chairman, one student, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Divina Nyampoki, and I'm going to present a paper. Actually, I'm a chemistry student, so I'm going to deviate from the agriculture that you've been hearing from Egerton University. So I'm going to present on the potential of compounds from the leaf of Basama abyssinica, subspecies abyssinica, to act against KP31 cell lines. So KP31 cell lines are cervical cancer carcinoma. Next slide, please. So cancer is the leading cause of death across the globe. And amongst women, cervical cancer is the fourth most common cancer in the globe. And in the study that was done in 2020, it was reported that 604,000 new cases were reported with 342,000 deaths during that year. And amongst those deaths, 90% of the new cases and the deaths were from the low and middle income countries. That is actually where we as Kenyans lie. So in Kenya, in a span of 6 years, that is 2012 to 2018, there was an annual incidence of cancer that increased from 37,000 to over 47,000 new cases. So this number is estimated that by the next 2 decades, it will increase by more than 120%. So there are several ways that we know how cancer is being treated, and more needs to be done to bring these numbers down. From the statistics we saw earlier, in the next 2 decades, the new cases are going to increase by 120%. So we need to do more as researchers and the stakeholders that are involved in order to bring those numbers down. Next slide. This plant was of interest in this particular study because of ethnobotanical information that has been reported that the traditional people use the equeas extracts, the one people boil and drink, to treat malignant tumors. And from the pharmacological studies that have been carried out, the plant has got anti-tumor, antioxidant, and antiplasmodic and antimicrobial activities. So the plant is actually rich in bufadinolides, a class of compounds that has been reported to be effective in the action against cancer cell lines. So the leaves of Basama abyssinica were collected from Mount Elgon forest. They were then dried, ground to a powder, after which they were extracted using methanol. So the methanol extract was then put on silica gel, that is column chromatography, and eluted with solvents of varying polarities. So then the LCMS profile of the fractions that were collected was conducted out, and depending on the masses that were observed, fractions were selected for HPLC purification via a C18 column. So the pure compounds that were obtained were then subjected to NMR and high-resolution electrospray ionization mass spectrometry, after which 8 compounds were elucidated. So the pure compounds were also subjected to cytotoxicity assay against the KP31 cell lines. Next slide, please. So these are the 8 compounds that were isolated, and compound 1 to 4 were new compounds, while 5 to 8 have already been described before. So compound 3 was particularly active against the KP31 cell lines with an IC50 of 3.9 micromolar. So the first 3 compounds are bufadienolide class of compounds, and these 3 compounds are similar. Next slide. Are similar in terms of their NMR spectrum, with the differences coming in. You can see I've labeled ring A and D. So the difference between compound 1 and 2 is in ring D, where we have a methoxy group at position 15. The next slide, please. So for compound 2, the position 15 was a proton. And then compound 3 in the next slide. The difference came in ring A and D, whereby in compound 1 and 2, at ring A, there was a 1,3,5 autoacetate group, while in compound 3, there was an acetoxy group. But in ring D, the compound 3 was similar to compound 1 because we have a methoxy at that position. So what we see here actually is that given that compound 3 exhibited cytotoxicity while compound 1 and 2 are not active, then it means that functional groups are important in biological activities. So while we look for molecules that are active, that are potential drug molecules, functional groups is a big factor. So in this work, I recommend that selectivity assays be carried out because the selectivity index reflects the differential cytotoxicity of compounds against the tumor cell lines to the normal cell lines. So the compound 3, which was cytotoxic, it should be subjected to the selectivity assay to determine whether the action to the cancer, the tumoral cells is high compared to the surrounding normal cells. So in conclusion, this compound 3 is a potential lead molecule to act against human cervix carcinoma. So next slide, please. So I'd like to acknowledge the institutions and the funders who contributed to the success of this work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'm hoping that I've not cut anybody short from Egerton. We have cleared that session, right? We really appreciate your contribution, sirs. But it's okay. I'm glad to announce we have the CEO Konza with us and the Vice Chancellor, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, gracing this occasion and this closing occasion right now. We have a few things that we would appreciate those who have presented some papers so well. We looked at the 8 themes and we reviewed the abstracts and the papers that were presented, and we reached to a certain conclusion. So we shall be appreciating about 5 papers that were presented, not necessarily probably today, but on the basis of the work that was presented for review. So that one we shall combine. But before then, I would welcome the CEO Konza, because now we are home here, so that you can probably welcome the Vice Chancellor to give a few remarks.
Assalamu alaikum. Traditional greetings from
University. We really appreciate all of you. Been a great day for us here at Consa Technopolis to engage, interact, and listen to some of the great ideas that all of you are presented. We've captured them. We'll be able to go through them. There's a publication for the concept notes and the full papers probably later on. And these are not going to go to waste. We will make sure we continue and engage each other and take it to the next level. Before I invite Professor Kioni to make his remarks, I think we'll be closing. We have one of our colleagues from one of the science parks, and I can see it's already set. We can have him to speak to us, and then we can have Professor Kioni.
great information, and we have an event this year in September at Seville, Spain, where what he was saying, let's meet there, because that's where the world will be meeting over 300 science technology parks across the world to discuss the issues in the science parks and also how to face the future and how to address the emerging issues in our economies. So it's quite an exciting opportunity. And for now, let me invite Professor Kioni, who is also leading the Dedan Kimathi Science Technology Park, who will speak more about it. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tanui. Good afternoon. Yeah, so I will make a few remarks about Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park. But before I do that, I would like to pose a question to the people here and ask how many of you have been to this kind of function, a conference organized specifically for by a science and technology park entity, if I call it that, where you are coming to discuss how to commercialize innovations coming from your research. How many have attended such a function before? I have not attended. I'm just demonstrating how you should demonstrate that you've attended by raising up your hand. Yeah? One. I see one there. 2, 3, 4. Of course, Virginia has attended. Why I asked that, excuse me, why I asked that question is that this is really a very significant moment, at a very significant stage in the evolution of this idea of science and technology parks in the country. We are literally at the takeoff stage. A lot of work has been done in the last almost decade, in the last 1 decade. It has gone through the usual phases of starting this kind of projects. You do the conceptualization, the edition, then you do the planning, and then the implementation. And at the implementation, this is where you get to the takeoff stage. And that is where we are. And I'm raising that because I think it's very important for us to recognize this moment that we have ourselves gathered here, people doing research and interested in innovation parks. We have our host, this is Techno City, and you have seen the work they have done here. And then very significant is that we have joined the global community of International Association of Science Parks. So we are already working and relating with people who are doing the kind of things that we look to do in a big way in this country. So it's really very significant. I say that because when things happen later on, we forget the journey that has been taken to get to this stage. I take the next few minutes to talk about Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park. It's also gone through the conceptualization, implementation, and so on. But it's also supported by the university itself. So one of the things that has been happening is that even as we develop the infrastructure for the 177 acres of land we've set aside for the Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park, we've also been working on the other systems of the university. And then just, I say very briefly, so that we know where we are and where we are headed. When we started, we tried to bring together a number of universities. We put together a team of 9 vice chancellors in the neighborhood. When I say neighborhood, is the counties. We figured out a whole region, and we said that for the Science and Technology Park to take off, it must have the support of the universities. And we said we start the university in the neighborhood, 9 of them, from Garissa University, Shuka University, Platina University, Mary University, which is here, Laikipia University, Egerton, Kirinyaga, Ebb University. And we started capacity building at that level. Then, of course, Virginia Tanui, he was leading this big park. He came and we had an MOU. And we started working almost 5 years ago, thereabout, with CONSA, so that whenever there are functions and activities, we actually collaborate and keep on learning from one another. And as we speak now, is Engineer Tanui, who we invited the university to really join the International Association of Science and Technology Park, which she joined last year, and we've already started benefiting from that. We've discussed with him, we're going to become a full member, hopefully in the course of this year, so that when it comes to the September meeting in Seville, we probably should be able to vote and have the conference that we are talking about come to Kenya. And we've also agreed that we work with other vice chancellors to support that agenda. Now, Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park already has some kind of ecosystem on a smaller scale. It's not going to be as big as what we have here, but there is already an ecosystem. And that ecosystem now consists of working with partner universities that I've talked about. We've done a lot of capacity building the last years. We also have many different units. We have a startup center. And that startup center, by the end of this financial year, in another few weeks, we already have 10 companies established there. We have a number of focused research centers, about 19 of them. And those 19 centers have engaged a couple of people. And under them, we also have general master students. And we are taking almost over 60 master students every year now to focus on creating the research, the R&D outputs, and to have the human resources that's going to support the science park. We have one major technology company that's already active. That's a semiconductor company, Semiconductor Limited. And within that Semiconductor Limited, we already have over 80 people working there in 2 shifts. And they are in the product development of microchips. And out of that, 70% are students from the university. I'm mentioning this so that you can start seeing the power of this technology park. If we had more space, that would be scaled up very quickly. And we are actually discussing with government on how that can be done. So the only thing that we have not been able to put in place as part of the ecosystem is basically the venture capital. I think we need people who are willing to invest and to put money in these startup units. And that's the only critical thing, and we are working on it. And we are hoping in the next few months, we should be able to start having people who are willing to inject capital. Banks, we have partnership with banks, but they're not able to put money the same way it should be done for our startup companies. So this is basically where we are. And I'm sharing that so that we know that the Kimathi Science and Technology Park and what we have here have provided that kind of pilot. If I say, we have tested and now we are going full blast into creating a vibrant innovation, area of innovation and science and technology park. And the people who are going to be really the drivers are the people we see here. So I appreciate all of you. I congratulate you for your participation. And I can only tell you that the future is going to be very bright with this kind of activities. Otherwise, thank you very much, the organizers. I've had my team from Kimathi working very closely with the team from CONSA, together with the team from the other universities, Machakos University. We have been receiving the reports. So I really appreciate the amount of work that I know has gone into that. And thank you, Engineer Tanui, for hosting us. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you for allowing your team to come and guide us. They've done a wonderful job. Asante sana. So I think I hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, the CEO, Engineer Tanui. As after that kind of advice, we might not say much, but I want to just comment on the following. Allow me to give you the criteria we used probably in arriving at. We are not saying that these are the best, but we are saying in every place there's a bit of competition, there will be some criteria. And the criteria was our interpretation of the themes that we had given out during the call, and that was a major guiding principle in arriving at the 5 that we could front first. So the theme number 1 was implementation of science and technology innovation strategy for Africa's socioeconomic development and growth. So the articles we considered as the one that you could front today, and we're only picking one, is one that closely interpreted that theme, very close. And that paper was presented by Machakos University. They said the quality of training of STEM students in Kenya's university on meeting the country's industrial needs. If you look at it, it's closer to socioeconomic, right? So Professor David Mulwa and Professor Richard Kimiti we will call them that we appreciate them, just to recognize that bit. So I don't know if Professor Kimiti or Professor Mulwa are around. Okay, thank you. So we shall award a certificate. We have not finished with the cartography or something, but we shall take a picture. We have it here. So I would request the CEO Konza to appreciate the certificate and that one to Professor Mulwa and Professor Kimiti. Round of applause, please. Just a back. This one's yes. Yes, Professor Gandhi. Thank you. Thank you so much. The second sub-theme was the role of science and technology parks in promoting disruptive innovation in Africa. This one, when we looked at those abstracts provided, there is a company, the Bora Biotech. They really had a nice paper, a nice abstract on this, and a good write-up. So they took away this one. Under the paper, national research centers and universities can be key drivers of science park development, perspective of a small biotech enterprise. This was presented yesterday by the director, John Gadumbi. I don't know if he's around. The director, John Gadumbi, for Bora Biotech Technologies. They had a very nice write-up. If they are not around, probably anybody from biotech, Bora Biotech Technology? Okay. Then we move to the sub-theme number 3, science and technology parks as catalyst for growth of innovation and startups. This one, we had a very good writer from Kabarak University. Kabarak University, they had a paper on viewing science and technology parks as a catalyst for growth and innovation in Africa. This was presented by Kelvin Abumbi. Kelvin? Okay, so we have a representative here. Professor Kioni, probably could help us. Then theme number 4, funding for STPs and areas of innovation. We had a very good presentation and an abstract from a paper entitled The Journey Towards an Entrepreneurial University, Development of Entrepreneurial Ecosystem Universities. This was a joint write-up by Professor Peter Mushiri and Professor Kioni. So we will request the CEO to help us.
Thank you. The chair of the scientific subcommittee has handed the mic over because of a potential conflict of interest. So the paper that was awarded for sub-theme 5, the role of research and development for R&D in supporting STPs and AOIs goes to the paper entitled The Role of Research and Development in Supporting STPs and AOIs, a case of DECUD. This is Professor Kioni and Dr. Moses Olengo. So CEO, please. He's interested in reading the paper. Okay. Thank you. Let me hand it back.
I think we, at that point, we would like to award the people who participated behind the scenes, and that includes the repertoires. I would like to recognize them. We had a small thing for all the repertoires. Can I see all the repertoires from DECUD, from Machakos, from Lukenya? I think they can come here. Okay. So this is a team that we worked with very closely, and is a team that we are going to, from Konza, where are they? You didn't see them, but they have a good record of all that we have discussed here. And what you will read from our Konza proceedings, know that is coming from these able hands. We really appreciate them. Can you appreciate a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. I know Rahab has already done something. Thank you. We appreciate it. We also, at this point, would like to invite the chair of the steering committee for this concert, Professor Mugen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Olengo. Could I ask all the members of the organizing committee to please come forward and be acknowledged? It's a large team, so please come forward. Hillary, June, Rehab, Stella, Judith, Jeremiah. Yes, please come forth. Oh, okay. So I want to personally thank this very committed team of professionals. We got to know each other by voice because we started off on Microsoft Teams. And we were really excited by the time we physically met. We felt like we had been friends for a very long time. So personally, I'm very grateful to each of you for your steadfastness and your commitment to the success of this event. And I know going forward, this friendship shall endure in terms of collaborations, joint research, joint projects, mentorship for the next generation, and all the things that we can do together to take Konza's vision to reality. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. At this point, I would like to welcome any of our Konza colleagues for a vote of thanks.
Hamjamboni, at the table at the back. Hamjambo, wave
you can hear me. So all good things must come to an end. But it is the end of this conference for the year 2022, but the beginning of big steps ahead. So on behalf of Konza Technopolis, I wish to invite you next year, similar time, for a similar conference. Let's make this annual. If you agree with me, please clap. So, Chair, you have a job now. We should discuss terms. So thank you very much, Tim. Today is just to give a vote of thanks. I must say that as Konza, we are overwhelmed by the love and affection you have shown us, the commitment to our vision, and the solidarity that you have shown in driving this country forward. Because Konza, like many of the institutions which we represent here, are established to benefit the people of this great country. So as a Vision 2030 project, we are aware that without you, we cannot do much. We are very, very grateful. I also want to recognize the students and the innovators who spent a lot of time putting together their work to be able to conform to the themes that they were given. Thank you very much. To the professors and the lecturers and our academia, we know that we have among the best in the world. I don't think anybody doubts that. We have among the best in the world. And we agree that Africa must take its place on the table with the rest of the world. But the only way to get respect on that table will be when we start to develop our own technologies and then go beyond that. Remember, I told you yesterday I'm a marketer. We go beyond that and use our technologies. So I hope that the next time we are meeting, in addition to showcasing what we have come up with, we'll also be able to discuss and show where we have been able to use the technologies. And I'm happy that at Konza, we are trying, and we have tried, and we have engaged the innovator community, and we are soon beginning to pilot some of these technologies so that we can have proof of concept and drive these innovations forward. We don't have all the answers, but together we are sure we'll go far. So without much ado, beware of giving a marketer the mic when guys are tired. I respectfully pass my vote of thanks on behalf of my boss, who is sitting right next to me. If you don't clap, he will fire me. Thank you for letting me keep my job. I'm a mother of boys. Thank you. And I wish to invite you next year. Please do not fail us. Let us have bigger and better. We can have 2 of these tents or even 3, because what is it? This country is a lot. Asanteni sana. For those who are going far, we wish you journey mercies. For those who are going near, journey mercies as well. For those who are staying with us in Konza, God's grace be upon you. Thank you. Oh, and we have a closing prayer. Marketers. My grandfather was a reverend, by the way, and he has rested. I hope I do him justice. Okay, please let's bow down our heads in prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you with thanksgiving in our hearts. We honor you, we glorify you for being with us since yesterday. Father, as we began, we promise that as we come to a close, we are going to give you glory and honor. Please accept our thankfulness at how this has turned out. Thank you for the gift that you have given us, the gift of intellect, the gift of comradeship. We really appreciate what you have done for us, for our country, for where you placed us, because we know that there is nothing special we did to be born in a country as great as this one. As we go forward, we ask that you continue to bless us, you continue with the gifts that you have given us, And Father, that we remember always to put you ahead and serve our people, because your book says, to whom much is given, much is expected. Father, we worship you, we adore you, and we pray all this trusting and believing in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, so we can allow our CEOs to leave, and then we can leave at our own pleasure. Thank you.
Flash is here. You can take a break.